Recording in progress. Hello everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, Santos.
Hi, Santos. Good morning. Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Santosh.
Morning.
Hello, everyone.
Morning. Let's wait for 5 minutes. Good morning everyone.
Good morning, Santos. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Happy Saraswati Puja to all.
Good morning, sir.
What?
Saraswati Puja, do you know?
Saraswati Puja today?
Yeah,
Oh, is it? I didn't know.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Santosh. Yeah, thank you for the wishes. Happy Saraswati Puja today.
Yeah, I don't know. I was not aware.
Thank
Anyway,
you.
happy Saraswati Puja. Ideally, I should have known Saraswati god is related to education and learning, right? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, we
Yes.
the education
Mm-hmm.
students worship these two gods, Ganpati and Saraswati.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's correct.
In schools also, we celebrate here in Odisha and each side.
Okay.
In your location, it is not there.
I mean, it is there, I think, but I was not aware. It has come on weekend, right? So I was not aware. But
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, it is there.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So what about any good news on the budget? Did you all see what happened? Any changes? Any redemption to our middle class people? Anyone?
Yes,
Any?
so
Anyone
I
can
saw
Tax
that.
has
summarize?
been
Yeah.
revised.
Mm-hmm. What?
Tax slabs has been revised. Earlier, there was no 5, 10, 15%. So they have been introduced, I think.
Okay.
So apart from that, yeah, there are no much updates. Like
No much
had a high
updates.
level updates.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, will we save tax or no? Simple question.
Yeah, about 30%. See, earlier, like, even the people who are getting 17 lakhs are also were coming into the 30% bracket.
Hmm.
Now they have been coming into 25%. So there will be saving some tax.
Okay.
So
So.
people who are having
Hmm.
25 above package, so by default, they'll be into the 30% bracket itself.
So people who are getting above 25, no change, huh? Like same.
No change, no change. Yeah.
I mean, no tax reduction, nothing. Forget about percentage. Will my tax
Nothing,
get reduced or no?
nothing
No.
above 30 lakhs, no.
No,
No. How
but
come?
that is applicable for the people who opted a new regime, sir, not for old regime, I think.
Mm, Okay. See, anyhow, they've changed to 12, right? Till 12, we have don't tax, right? But even who are guys who are getting 25, 30 lakhs, first 12 lakhs, no tax, right? So obviously it should, everyone should get benefit, I guess. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Hopefully we need to
Yes,
see.
but considering the overall package, you will be in the higher percent bracket. So obviously, you need to pay 30%. I have the similar question.
Mm-hmm.
So I was asking my friends and all. Then they said like, then what will the government do if they exempt for all the people 5%, 10% from the current package?
Okay.
It will be a little difficult. So they'll be considering the overall package when they are calculating. So you'll be exempted based upon the package, and the rest of the amount will be coming out. By default, it will be under the 30% bracket if or the wherever it falls.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but we should get some clear understanding with any CA or any person who are into finance. Then we can get a clear understanding, like if our understanding is correct or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
One of the channel they are showing comparison.
Mm-hmm.
So for the 20, the 30% people, right?
Okay.
Overall, like at least we will get the 1,10,000 benefit
Okay.
when we
Okay.
choose the new resume.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I saw that. I saw that. Okay. So just before we start the class, I have a question. Okay. I have a question. Just my thoughts. Okay. Imagine, imagine I'm getting 20 lakhs package. Okay. Imagine I'm getting 20 lakhs package from my office. In this 20 lakhs package, if I take what percent, 30%, right? 30% or 30% if I'm having this 25% of slab, imagine that 6 lakhs I'm paying tax approximately. Okay. So approximately 6 lakhs I'm paying as tax, and the 6 lakhs is going to government, right? Now next, I'll get benefited only for 14 lakhs. Now listen carefully. This is something which I'm working for office. This is something which I'm working for office, right? I'm working for 9 hours, 9 hours, and promptly, okay, as an Indian, as a citizen, I am paying 30% tax. I'm not even questioning anything to government. Okay, this is good. Now, apart from this, apart from this, let's say I'm sacrificing my sleep, I'm sacrificing my weekends, I'm I'm working very late night for KSR. Let's say I get 10 lakhs additional income. Okay. Now, my question is, why should I pay tax for this? I'm sacrificing my sleep. I could have enjoyed like everyone, right? Weekend, what was point of me to take class? Even I could have roamed out. I would have went for outing, party. I could have enjoyed. I could have went for vacation. But I'm working hard, sacrificing it, sacrificing my sleep, right? Sacrificing my health, and I'm getting this additional 10 lakhs. My question is, why should I pay tax for this? This is my work. I'm working for office, I'm paying for government, that's fine, done. This is my additional work, right? I'm putting a lot of efforts. I'm sacrificing it. Why should I pay? Anyone has an answer for this?
Unfortunately, no, Santosh, but yeah, this is a very good and debatable topic. But as you are earning, you have to pay tax. That is the answer they will give.
That is what I'm paying here, no? See, I'm working for 9 hours. I'm not even asking a single. You see, instead of 6, I'll even pay 7. I don't mind, right? I don't mind. But this one, I'm not like others. I'm sacrificing, right? I'm sacrificing my sleep. I'm sacrificing my health. I'm sacrificing my vacations. I'm sacrificing my second part of the life. This at least they should give me full, right?
Yes, but that's what I'm saying, Santosh. Unfortunately, they will see only the money in your account, how you are getting and what are you are doing. They will not ask. So that's my thinking. Like even we discuss in our friends with our office. So nobody has a concrete solution, but government will say you are getting money, you should pay tax. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, this is a very, very uh, I need to think what to do. So I'm thinking to go to Dubai. Dubai, no tax it seems. Is it good? Is it correct?
Yes.
So I'm
Yes.
thinking to
Most
go
of
to
the
Yes,
Dubai.
people
no
are
tax, only
migrating.
5% VAT.
Okay, so I'm thinking.
There are many countries where the tax is very minimal. You see, even in Singapore,
Hmm.
say if I'm earning for 5 lakhs per month, by the end of the year I pay around like four lakhs as tax. It's very cheap that way. So
Okay.
the question is not about how much more you're working and how much more you're paying. It's more about like how many services you're getting in return when you pay the taxes. That's the issue, right?
Okay. Yeah. And I was also seeing in this news lab, okay, the guys who are getting 11 and a half lakhs package, right? So these guys will not, I mean, these guys who are getting around 12 lakhs, 12.5 lakhs, right? So they are paying, they'll get less compared to these guys, it seems, is it? I don't know. I saw somewhere.
I
Yes,
think
yes,
Yes,
yes, that
12.5.
is
Yeah,
true. That is
12.1
true.
also.
Okay, the guys who are getting, let's say, 12 and a half lakhs, right? The guys who are getting 12 and a half lakhs, ideally, what we think, these guys are getting high package, but no, the guys who are getting this will get less than these guys. That's what I heard somewhere. I just saw the calculation. But anyway,
Yes.
as long as we are not into the,
Actually,
yeah.
till 12 lakhs, there
Hmm,
is no tax. But after 12 lakhs,
hmm,
again, for till 4 lakhs,
No,
tax
your
exemption
project
is there. And
tax
from
coming.
hmm.
4 lakhs to 8 lakhs, it is 5%. And 8 to 12, 10%. Like that, the calculation will be.
Okay.
From 4 lakhs, from 12 lakhs, initial 4 lakhs, there is no tax. Directly, they are not giving exemption till 12 lakhs. Now, let's say if a person have 18 lakhs, okay, so the tax calculation will be from for 4 lakhs, there is no tax, and from 4 to 8, 5%. Like that, the deduction will be in the new regime also.
Hmm. Okay. Okay.
It is only a jargon used by the government. We need to get
Hmm. Okay. I don't know.
we
It's
have to
it's
pay.
uh, it's very hard to understand the this terminologies, right? So I have my own family member. Okay, I have my own family member is actually running a hotel. Okay, he's running a hotel. So what he does is he doesn't even pay tax. Okay, he doesn't even pay tax. And we working for 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs, we have to pay like 5%, 10%. But the guys who are running business and all, right, they say that no, I did not get income. As simple as that. We cannot go and track, right? And most of the guys who collects as a cash, let's say you go to hotel, you give cash, so they don't have proof what they've collected. So wherever you go, there are loopholes, right? I don't know. 140 crore people, Indian population, it's very hard for them also to make a decision. But somehow it has benefited, and we also have some good number. So let's get started. Now, today's session, it may or it may not go lengthy depending on the how we get output, right? So please grab your coffee, breakfast, everything with you, right? And parallelly do it. I will not give any break, but you can do parallel work. You can have your breakfast, you can listen, you can have your coffee, listen, right? You can do all of these things, and we'll see how we will get the output. And in today's session, I'll be talking about one complete project, right? So you may get it on the first attempt. Even if you don't get it, don't worry, right? When you are going through a slow progress of learning every concept, like 4.5 months of course that you learn, you will be able to get more details. At this point of time, whatever is the key terminologies, whatever is the key important part, I'll be discussing. Okay, so as part of the day one, what we have
Santos,
seen.
sir?
Yeah.
Santos? Yeah. I have one question before that. Yeah, I'm learning Azure Data Engineering, no, Azure Data Factory and Databricks now. I heard that Microsoft is going to retire DP203
We will talk about all these
on March
questions.
31st.
Yeah, we'll talk about all these questions in the end. Okay, so in the last, I'll give you
Okay.
minimum 2 hours for answering your question. So I'll answer all of your questions in the end. Okay, let's go with the project first.
Sure,
Okay,
sure. Thank you
now
so much.
in the last class
Yeah, thank you.
we have covered one use case. When I say use case, I literally, when I went to an hospital, what situation I faced, that I was able to explain you with the data engineering pipelines. And then we have seen the introduction to cloud. When I say introduction to cloud, I cannot store all my data in my on-prem, right? I cannot store it in my laptop. I cannot store it in any server. So I have to go to cloud. So that's why we went to cloud, and we have seen the Azure company as well, how the data centers looks like, right? And to give you more thoughts, I was actually talking about this one component in your house where how the water flows from one place to another place. Similarly, we have to make sure that the data also is available, right? So you turn on the tap, water should be available. That's the first most thing if you are building a house. Anytime 24/7 you turn your tap, water should flow. Similarly, the moment I open the table, I should be able to see the data. So data movement across the environments, across the tables is necessary for me, right? So with that, I have given you small examples, right? We have talked about a simple use case, and just like the time wise, I have told you what happened couple of days back, and this is what is a use case, right? So we are getting the data from multiple systems, and when I go to a doctor is actually having all the informations readily available, and that's the beauty of data engineers, who are actually be the key person who is helping us to do this. Okay, now followed by, we have seen big data, what big data was, and we got into the data engineering, and we know what is the two main problems that we had. The two main problems that we had was storing and processing, and post that I was also giving an example, and finally we decided to go with cloud, and the cloud which we will be learning will be Azure, right? So in Azure, we will, you can see that February 1st, 2010, it's been 14 years it has completed, 15th one is started, and one of the best ever cloud I've worked with is Azure, right? It's easy, it's clear, anyone can easily practice and learn. So today we will be getting into the cloud, right? So again, I'm telling you, 4.5, 5 months of course, I'm just putting into 2 days. It means I'm just giving like a highlights, right? The entire test match of 5 days match you see in 15 minutes of highlights, right? Similarly, I'm showing you the highlights. Whatever is important, wherever there is a boundary 6 or wicket, we show it on the match. The same way, wherever it is important, I'm going to show you this. So with this, you can still build a project, right? By end of today's session, you can also build a project. The first thing that you need is you need a account. You need a account. Very simple, very simple. In order to get the account, first step is you have to sign in. You have to create your free account, free Azure account. Okay, so how to create? You already have a sign up option here. You go here.
So one question, please.
Tell me.
Sir, we need only credit card. Won't
You
it
you
work
you,
with debit?
you can work with both. Debit
Okay,
card,
thank you.
credit card, both will work. So we will go with Azure free account. In the Azure free account, you can create your account today, right? And you can just create it for free. And once you create it, you have to give the all the details like email ID, phone number, everything. So you will also depict, they will depict 2 rupees, I guess, for the verification of the card, and that way you can generated. Okay, so this is something which you can, first you can create your account, and once you created account, they're going to give you 16k free credits, which is going to be valid for 30 days. Okay, so once you do this, the second thing is, always remember, if you want to create any resource, you should always go to portal.azure.com. Okay, so portal.azure.com will be the URL for creating the resources. Okay, so to create any resources means what I need. Maybe I need a storage account, I need a database, that one we can go with it. Okay, So let me log in with the same ID which I have created. So this will be the portal. So in future, if you are like going and creating any service, it has to be like this. It has to be like this. It is nothing but portal.azure.com. Okay. So once you see the portal.azure.com, I'll go here. Now I'll create a resource. Okay. Now there are 200 plus resources. For example, you want to build a mobile application, you want to build a YouTube editing video, you want to build a, web application, you want to build a IRCTC web application, you want to build a ICSC net banking, you want to work for any product, you will have all the possibilities, right? In terms of security, networking, monitoring, migration, media, internet of things, DevOps, you have almost 20 plus categories and 200 services. Just like you go to a hotel, you see a menu card, right? You see a menu card and you can see that there are 200 plus items, but you're not going to eat everything, right? What you like, what you want, you're going to eat only that. So similarly, what I'm going to do here, whatever the services I need, I want. Okay, so basically two main problems that we have. So I'm just summarizing and creating my own notes. So the summary is two main problems. The two main problems are, one is yes for storage, and the second one is P, which is for processing. Okay, these two were the main problems. So we will see what services I can use here which can solve my two problems. Because I don't want to process in my on premises, I don't want to store in my laptop. If something happens to my laptop, they'll throw me out of the company, because I am storing all my company data in the on-prem without security. So I want to keep this secure. So what I'm doing, we have two main problems. So in this, see, if you ask me, am I going to create any media service here? No. Right? Am I going to create any media service? No, because media service means we are not going to do any photo editing here. We are not going to work with any Photoshop. But in our team also we have a graphic designer who uses this service. Right? Similarly, if you want to build a mobile application, you can go with a mobile application. Right? So like this, we have so many services. Whichever we want, we can create it. Now, the first thing that I will go and create is storage. I'll go and create one storage. So in storage also, right, in storage also you can create like a file storage, you can steer like a storage account, and you can, just like your one drive, you can also have a data box. We can store it as a backups, some backups as there. So there are many type of storages. For example, when I say storage, pen drive is also storage device, memory card is also storage device, your phone is also storage device, right? So you have many, hard disk is also there. So there are a lot of services that we can create it. But what I need one storage account. So I'll go and create one storage account. Now, since this is your practice sessions, and since we have created this with our own credit card, this services we will be creating. But when you go as an actual data engineer to the company, don't worry, there will be another team who will be creating all the resources for you. You will be directly going and using it. Okay, simple. You'll be directly going and using it. Now here I will create one resource group. Let's say demo workshop. Now why this I am creating is, why I am creating this is, in KSR, imagine there are 10 employees. All 10 employees are working for 10 different projects, and all 10 different trainers are working for 10 different projects, and each project requires multiple services. Now how will you track the price? Who is spending how much? For example, I may be the person who is spending 10,000 for the services. There's another trainer who is not at all using. So when we share the amount, everyone has to share individually, right? So that is where we have a resource group. Why we have to resource group is, a resource group is a container that holds all the related solutions for Azure solutions. Building a project today, I need 5 services. That 5 services I'll put it in one bucket, so that I will know how much I'm utilizing. So this is where your resource group is required. So let me create one resource group, right? So I'll say that demo workshop RG. This is a standard that usually we give the name, and we have given, right? Now, yesterday I've told you we have total of 60 plus regions where we have the data center. In India also we have 3 data centers, and in the world we have total of 60 data centers. Where is my client situated? That is where they will create the region. Okay, for example, imagine you're from US, so you can create from US. Imagine that you are from not UAE, you can create in the UAE. Wherever you want you can create it. Okay, so wherever you want you can create it. Now what I will do here, I'll go to the storage account name. I'll simply give one name. Okay, demo workshop, and I'll give some block storage. Okay, so I'll give one name. So this is a name I have given here. This is a name I'm given here. This is the name I've given. Okay, now coming to this, for what purpose you are using? I'm just using for a general purpose. If you want a low latency means delay, so you want very less delay, that means immediately I have to copy paste it, you can go with the premium version, but it is bit costly. Let's go with the standard. Okay, and where your backup data should be, your backup can be present in different regions also. So let's say for example I have my data in Chennai location, right? I have my data in Chennai location, and Chennai, we all know that every year December month it gets flooded, right? And in fact, if it is flooded and the water ends into the data centers, imagine they'll switch off the power. Now where is my backup data? Where is my backup data? If I only depend on the Chennai server, something happens to Chennai server, like natural disasters can happen, earthquake, volcano, anything can happen. What happens to my data? So what Azure will do is they will always have a mirroring of data. When I say mirroring of data, what data they are storing in Chennai, they will also store it in Pune. They'll also store it in Mumbai. One other copy they will store. What is the advantage of this? Even if Chennai is completely underwater, nothing to worry, my data is there in Pune. My data is there in Pune. So if I want to have a maybe locally redundant, that means one copy will be locally stored. Maybe if I go with the next version Geo, maybe instead of Pune, now it will store in China. Now what is the point in storing Pune and China? See, what if there is a problem in India itself? Forget about China, forget about Chennai. If entire India is also getting rain and it is flooded, what happens? My backup data is also gone. Because my backup data is in Pune, my original data is in Chennai, something happens to India, both the data is gone. So what I will do, for safer side, one record I will keep it in India, one record I'll keep it in Asia, any other country in Asia. Now, what if entire Asia is having some issue? Don't worry, I can store it in other zones. Other zones means I will have the original data in India, backup I will have in US. So in both the places, US and India, simultaneously getting a natural disaster is very unlikely to happen. Right? So Pune and Chennai are nearby. If something happens to South India, even Pune is also into a South India, there is a chance that both the servers can go off at the same time. But Chennai and US going off on the same time is highly not possible. So I can go with this. But if I do this, I have to pay. Okay, it's optimal data protection solution that includes offering, and it is recommended for critical data. It is recommended for critical data. Critical data means at any point of time I should not lose the data at all. In that case I can go for it. For time being I'll go with local. Okay, next I'll go with next. See, all these are some security checks. I will not do anything, but remember this one. Okay, there is something called enable hierarchical namespace. Okay, I'll be talking about this in a while, but remember this. And how you want to access a data, whatever you're storing in your storage, how frequently you're going to access it. I always give this example. Okay, I don't know, most of you guys are married here, right? So you have a marriage album. Honestly tell me, how many of you have seen this album after marriage 1 or 2 days? After that, I don't know why you have taken 30,000, 40,000, why you have taken this album, I don't know. Because as if you see every day, just because you're very happy with your partner, just because you are getting everything with your partner, you are very grateful the partner, are you going to see the marriage album every day and feel grateful? No. The person is in front of you, right? Maybe 1 week or 10 days immediately after the marriage, if someone has missed the marriage, they come to your house, you show the marriage album. After that, when if I ask you, my parents, where is your album, they'll say there is somewhere in the cupboard, so somewhere in the boxes. That's what they say, right? So it's not accessible. It's not required to access every day. In that case, we call it as rarely accessed. Rarely accessed. And let's say, for example, your mobile. In your mobile also you have photos. That's which you always go and see. You just open a gallery and you see this is nothing but frequently accessed. Now, how you want to access a data, depending on that, you can have it. So hot means if you are accessing your data for photos or pictures or even the data frequently, go with it. If you are accessing once in a while, go with cool. And if you don't access at all, you can archive it. Basically, you can keep it as cool. This is an option. So depending on this, you have to pay. Depending on this, you have to pay. In the yesterday's session also, I've told you Azure storage pricing. If I show the pricing here, if I show you the pricing here, you can clearly know that how much we are paying. See here, for hot we are paying 2 rupees per GB. For cool we are paying 1.2 per GB, and for cold we are just paying 0.7 per GB. So it depends. It depends on what type of data. For example, I want to use for my personal usage. That is, whatever are my photos, my WhatsApp DPs, or maybe my screenshots I want to store. I'll put it as cold so that I just need to pay 0.5 rupees per GB, right? So it depends on this, pricing will happen. So what we will do, we'll keep a cold for now, right? And remember only this part, enable hierarchical namespace. Now I'll go to next. Now I'll go to next. So what, how the data has to be transferred from one place to another place? I'm preferring Microsoft network routing. In internet means some third party tools will come. I will not have belief in data protection, so I'll always go with Microsoft network routing. Now I'll go with next. So if I delete any file, if I delete any file, how soon I can recover back? 7 days. 7 days. If you delete some file, it goes to a recycle bin. In the recycle bin, you will have certain days where you can recover. Similarly, in my storage account also, if I go and give 7 or 14 or 21, that many days the data will be available, right? Now, if you want to storage account, you just need to fill this 6 tabs. Okay. Now, I will not do any change. I'll go to next. Encryption, let the encryption be same. I'll go to next. No need to do any changes. Review and create. Now, validation in progress. That means there should not be any other account with the same name. So validations will happen. Once the validation has happened, it will show you whatever I have filled in this 5 tabs, right? It will show as a summary. So I've choose this subscription, I've choose this location, I've choose this performance, and I've choose the cool method and all of this, right? Now it will conform. Once it is conformed, I can go and create. Now the moment I create, this request will go to which region? Central US. Central US, and in the central US they'll start assigning a storage account for me. Yesterday I have to shown you the data center. In the data center they will go and assign the storage account for me, and you see that this is a storage account which is getting deployed. Within 1 or 2 minutes they will give me, see it depends, because I have to pay. So I have to tell you give me cold storage, or you give me high performance. So I, because I have to pay, right? So I've filled the form. Depending on the form I have filled, they are deploying one storage account for me in the backend. While I'm speaking, deployment is happening in the data center, right? Which data center? US data center. In the US data center the deployment is happening, right? In the US data center deployment is happening. Now I'll go to resources. Now you can see that this is what is all about storage account. Okay, now first thing, imagine I will go to a browser here, storage browser, and there is something called container. Now container is a high level. When I say high level, the what it's like a folder. Okay, it's a main folder. It's a main folder. So what I will do, I will go and add container, and I will say that KSR datasets. And in this container, now what I will do, I will go and add all the files. Let's say I go and add all the files. Like this, you can add. Okay, I can add all of this. Now here, what I have chosen here in this storage account, if you see, this is a storage account. In the storage account, I will create one container, and in the container, I will take the KSR datasets, and you can see all of these are datasets. Okay. Now here, one thing I can do is this is one type of storage. This type of storage account which I have created now is actually called Azure Block Storage. Okay, which is called Azure Block Storage. Now this is for general purpose. General purpose means even you can go and use it for your for example, your memory is full in your phone, right? You can simply go and store it as a general purpose. Okay, now I'll create another one. I'll go to the same one. Okay, I will go to resources, create a resource, and I will go to storage, and I will go here. I'll go to the storage. Now this time I'll create one more storage, demo workshop, and this time I will create it with this hierarchical namespace. So when I say hierarchical namespace, now if I go and click this, the moment I click this hierarchical namespace, this is also a storage account, but it's a different purpose. So this will become Azure Data Lake Storage. So the short form is ADLS. People call ADLS. Now this is for organized data. When I say this is for generalized purpose, right? So this is general purpose. General purpose means you can use it for anything. But here, this one, I will use it for organized and optimized data storage. Now how this is different? Now inside this, if I go and create this, right? Let me show you. I will create it. I'll show you how it looks like. So the one which I'm creating, I just created this with enabling that hierarchical namespace. Nothing else. Everything is same. Only the checkbox which I selected, right? That was a hierarchical namespace. Okay. So that one I'm going to create this. So let's say I've created this. So it's actually reviewed. Now I will create it. Now I will tell you why this is organized. Okay, I'll tell you why this is organized. What is the difference between this and this? Both are for storage only. Both are for storage. If you see the end goal, storage, and this is also storage. Okay, both are for storage. See, this is like your pen drive. This two services is like your pen drive. What do you mean by pen drive? Pen drive is actually storing your data. But directly, if you keep the pen drive on a table and you say that you delete this file, will it delete? No. Will you be able to edit? No. Will you be able to add file? No. This pen drive has to be connected to any of the processing system. Now that is why I call it as a storage only. This is only for a storage. If you want to access the data, you have to go and connect to any of the processing layers. Okay. Now this service is done. Now what is the advantage of this is, I'll go to the storage browser and imagine that I will add one container. This is a second storage which I'm creating. Okay. So imagine that I'm creating KSR datasets. Now the advantage of going with this is inside this you can have it as a organized. How organized? You can create directories. When I say directories, imagine that I have a sales data. Okay, so in the sales data I can go and create multiple directories. January, February, March. Like this I can create till December. Again in January I can still go and add, let's say, week 1. Again I can go and add week 2. Again, I can go and add. In the week 1 also, I can go and add. I have loaded the data on 0101. That is January 1st. Next, I load one more data. That is 2nd January. How to load 2nd January? I'll put it in this one, 0102. Like this, I'll put 0103. That means 3rd. Like this, I can create it. Now I'll repeat one more time. In the data set, I can create one folder. In the folder, again I can create January, February, March, and again in the January I can go with the week 1, week 2. Again in the week 1 I can go and put. It is a well organized. This type of file structure is not possible in the block storage. Block storage only simply dumping the file, right? Only simply dumping the file. You will not be able to do anything. Now if I store a data here, already I have let's say that in this I will store one data. Okay, I will upload some files here. Imagine that I will upload some files. If I go and upload this, it's very hard to go and see these files because this files is only for storage. Imagine I want to see this data now. If I see this, we have only the details of this, right? Now if I go and click this, see, you can only see the details. Details. If I want to see, again I have to download. What is the purpose? I've uploaded to this folder sales date January week 1 and this, and if I want to process this, I cannot do it. If I want to see this information, I cannot do it, right? So it's very hard to go and see this because it gives you only the information about when it was last modified, who created it, what is the size, what versioning I have given to save the data, but I will not be able to process it. So if I simply want to know what information is present in training, I cannot see, right? I cannot see. But if you see here, there is something called edit and view. If I click this, it will not be readable. This will not be readable. This is a Excel file. Excel files are not readable. Maybe CSV files is maybe readable, but in the CSV file, let me show you a CSV file. Okay, I'll upload one CSV file, one small CSV file. Let's say I will upload one small CSV file, student information. Okay, now I will upload this. Now it's a CSV file. Okay, this is a CSV file. In the CSV file, let's go and click this 3 dots and click the edit. Now you can see that. See, this is there. So it is visible. Now in this record, if I want to see who has scored the top marks, I will not be able to do it. Who has scored the first highest, second highest, who is from English medium, who is from Kannada medium, who has scored above 90. If I want to see the results, I cannot go and do any calculations here. This is practically not possible because these two services which I have created is only storage. If someone is asking, can you get me who has scored 65 marks? I cannot get it. That's a big problem of this services because this two services is only for storage. Right? So to overcome this, what I am going to do is I am going to create one more service. What is that service? The third service what I'll create is Azure SQL Database. I'll create one Azure SQL Database. So this is which will act like a database. We can do a live transaction, and if you see here, this can be both for storing plus processing. Okay, both for storing and processing. So to give an example, I will tell you your pen drive, right? Your pen drive is also having 64 GB of memory. Your phone is also having a 64 GB of memory. But what is the difference? In your pen drive, you can store the data. That's all. But if you want to delete any files in this pen drive, unless and until you connect to any of the laptop's USB cable, it is not possible. But your phone, you can directly go to the gallery. You can store. Also, you can process it. When I say process, you can do a Photoshop, edit your Photoshop, delete it, update it, crop it, design it, do whatever you want. If you don't want, you can delete it. right? So the advantage of going with phone memory is it comes with a processor also. But the first two which I've created is only a storage. I will not have any processor. So to have the processor, let's go and create one Azure SQL database, right? Let's say I will create one Azure SQL database. So I've created a storage, right? Now I'll go to database. Why? Because this was only for storage, I wanted to write some queries. In this, I was able to see the data, but who is a first rank student, who is a second rank student, I was not able to capture it. So that's the biggest problem that what we had. So what I'm going to do, I'm going for processing. So processing means I have to create one more resource. So I'll go to Azure SQL database. So this is a SQL database. The one which I have in this data, right? The one which I have this data, this is my on premises. This is my on premises. If I go and see this, if I go and show you the data, this I have created from on premises. If I go and see this, see, this is some data. Where is this data? This data is my personal laptop. If tomorrow something happens to my laptop, this data will be vanished. All my data will be vanished because I've installed in my personal machine. I don't want to do that. So the reason why I'm going to create the same database is I can filter out. For example, when patient location ID equal to, let's say 7. If I put 7, only this record, whoever is having a location 7 will come. See, everyone location is 7, it's coming. Let's say I want only female gender. I can write one more condition and, or let's do one thing. Let's keep it simple. Imagine that I have a table, student information, right? See here, this is the same table we had, right? So imagine I want only Santos information. What I can do? Select star from this table where name, first name equal to Santosh. See, I can do this. You will get it. But this is not possible in the storage which what we have. So what I want to do, this type of database I want to create, but no more on premises, no more in your system. Let's go and create in the cloud. So how to create in the cloud? I have to fill the form. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 forms I need to create. So what I'll do, I'll create in the same resource group, so that tomorrow if Mahesh is asking what is the charge that we spent for this workshop for the cloud, I can tell this is the amount that we have spent, right? I need to tell for this class this much has happened, for this workshop this much was this expense. I need to tell them, right? So I will go and keep this as demo, and I'll give the server, let's say KSR DB server name, and I'll create one new server. Let's say I'll create KSR server. Where should be the server located? Let the server be located in US region. Okay, let the server be located in US region. Then how you want to authenticate? Someone who access KSR user and the password welcome underscore 123. I'll keep one password so that if anyone is trying to access my database, they can access with this user ID. Now I have given this. Now let me go with configuration. This is what type of database you want. If you want a premium version, you can have a premium version. Okay. So if I say DTU means the more power it will give you for database. If I go and create this database now, tomorrow they'll throw me out. KSR will throw me out. The only reason is for this database, the charges is 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs you're spending for a free workshop, they'll throw me out. Right? So if I go and create this database, definitely it will create an issue because the billing is I have to pay 3 lakhs. Now you may ask me, yesterday you told that cloud is less price, but why it is showing 3 lakhs? Because of the configuration I've selected. So I've selected 1000 DTU and I've selected 500 GB. So for this is a charge. If a same, see, DTU stands for database transactional unit. More the DTU, more faster your database will behave, more performance will be there. The same performance if I want to create in my on-prem, it will spend at least 10 lakhs. Your laptop should be at least 10 lakhs. Highly configured laptop. So compared to 10 lakhs, this 3 lakhs is cheaper, and that is why for us this 3 lakhs may look big amount. In the cloud, this is cheaper. If you see the most of the companies, for them it is nothing. For them it's nothing because they have seen lot of billings in the on premises, right? So for practice purpose, let me go and create basic version. For basic version, they will give only 2 GB of data. That's more than enough, and I will end up paying 400 rupees per month. This is also good. So I'll go and apply, right? And I'll go to networking. Who should access my data? Public, and I will allow all the other services to access it. And this is all, you can skip it because it's all security part. Skip it, skip it, skip it, and you can create a database. Now it is asking what is the form you have filled. You have filled this type of things. You have selected on this region. This is your server. This is a basic version. This is the admin. Everything it will tell. Finally, it will be creating. Now what will happen? I have created a database. I've created a database. What is a database? The database is SQL Server. Now what is happening? It is going to the deployment. That means my request is going to the US server, and in the US server they are filling the I've filled the form, right? Now they are deploying a server for me. So one complete database is getting deployed on my name in US server. It is Saturday night in US server, but still they work 24/7, right? They work 24/7. So they are deploying a storage plus processing. Why you are creating this? Very simple. I don't want to create in my on-prem. If something happens, it's gone. Then okay, why is you are still creating in the cloud? Because my storage accounts is like a pen drive. Unless and until you connect to some systems, you will not be able to process it. So what I'm doing, I'm creating another service. That service is called storage plus processing, which is a database. Okay, now let's wait for the database to be created. Once the database is created, you can directly go and create your tables. You can directly go and use it as your storage plus processing. All the queries, calculations, everything you will be able to do it. Right? Now, let's wait. This will take bit more time compared to your storage. This will take bit more time. It may even take 2 minutes. The reason is it's a server. It's a database server. For database server, there are a lot of steps, a lot of things has been needed. So they will go and check first. Do we have the sufficient space to create a database? Everything they will see this. So that is why you can see it is taking bit more time, right? I created at 8:50. I created at 8:50 and it is 8:52. Now its steps are getting created, right? Now deployment is in progress. That means what is happening? The server which I have requested for, it's getting created. Another minute, it will get created. So if you ask me what is the difference between this database and the database which I have created, this database I have created in my laptop. So my RAM, my storage, my space is getting utilized. Something happens to my laptop, it's gone. But here, you log in with the same account in different laptop, different server. Yesterday I told you, even if you go to a Bermuda Triangle and open this link, it will still work because it is residing on the URL. It is residing on the cloud, right? So let's wait for this deployment to be completed. I think it is almost done. Just this one part is pending. Let's wait. Yeah, so the deployment is successful. Go to the resource and there is something called query editor. Go to the query editor, login. This is the credentials which I have given while creating the service. Welcome underscore 123 login. See here, this is a brand new database. You may see there are no tables. Here you may see n number of tables here, right? Here you can see n number of tables, but here we don't have tables because it's a brand new. Let me create one simple table. You all, assuming that you all know SQL, create employee table, employee ID, integer, employee name, character, employee age, integer. Now I'm creating one table. I'm creating one table. Now I will also insert it. Insert into employee table, values. I'll enter my name. I'll enter my name and I'll put another insert. I'll put another insert and I'll put another insert. Let's say I put one more insert. Now if I go and see here, now if I go and show you the table, select star from table, you can see that you can also see the records. Now not only this, I can also do some calculations, I can do some filtrations, I can see the record. This was not possible here, this was not possible here, but here you can also process it. What do you mean by process? You can write the code. For example, select star from employee table where employee age equal to 31. So if you can see this, I can do some filtrations. Now this type of processing I can do, but here also there is a problem. Here also there is a problem. What is a problem? You can do everything. You can do everything, right? You can use it for database, but the problem here is it will be a limited processing. That means only limited. That means basic queries, okay, basic queries, filtrations, some small calculations you will have to see. Now that means now we have a storage, plus processing, but it is going to be limited. That means you cannot do any complex transformation. So in order to go with the complex transformation, you should have another service. This service should be only for processing, dedicated only for processing. You cannot store it, you have to need only for processing, where you can do all the complex logics also, because it was only limited, right? With this limited SQL, how will I go and do a project? I will not be able to do a project. So if I want to do a project, I will have to go and have a complete processing as a one service. So that complete processing service, what we are going to have is for to process data. So to process data, the one which we are going to use will be very important, Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory. Now this Azure Data Factory is a service which you are going to learn, which is only dedicated only for processing. Now you may ask me again, why are we going to create one more service? The one and only reason is here it is a limited, only basic query you can write. If I want to do a complex logics, it is practically not possible. It is practically not possible. Now among this four service, the one which you are going to also use for our today's project will be Data Factory. Now this Data Factory you will be hearing lot of times from most of the recruiters. Without ADF, it's very difficult, because this is ADF stands for Azure Data Factory, is the most important service in your data engineering pipelines, because this is dedicated only for processing. This is dedicated only for storage. Though this is third one is there, but it's not that great. It's not that great. And fourth one is dedicated only for processing. So let's say, what is this Azure Data Factory? What is this Azure Data Factory? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll explain you Azure Data Factory, then we will jump on to the project. Okay, so just give me a minute. I will explain what is this Azure Data Factory. See, this Azure Data Factory is a very important service. Okay, I'll tell you, I'll challenge you, all the 200 people in this class will definitely understand what is this Azure Data Factory. 100% you'll understand. Okay, I'm confident of my examples. So just listen. In the next 10 minutes, you will see what is this Azure Data Factory. Now, Azure Data Factory, I'll split into three words. Azure Data Factory. Okay, so Azure Data Factory, I'll divide into three words. Now, if you go towards your village side, your grandparents, a native or a remote side, people always say that we go to factory, we go to factory, we go to factory for work, right? We all say we go to IT. But if you go near the rural area, we have something called factories, right? We see something called factories. Now, what I'm going to show you is, let's say we will take some garment factory. So if I say garment factory, if I show you some image, so usually what they do, this type of people will, lot of people will there, and lot of people will come and stitch, lot of machines will be there, everything will be identical. But one thing what I've observed in this factories is they have a uniform. Maybe these guys don't have uniform, I think. Yeah, see here. So these guys have a uniform, right? These guys have a uniform, and if you see, they stitch it. You would have seen this type of garments near your rural area or natives. The same garment factory, I will take it here as an example. Okay. Now, let's take a garment factory. Now, what happens in the garment factory? In the garment factory, from the outside, you'll get the materials. This is a materials. These are materials, raw materials. Now again I'm telling you, this raw materials is not stored here permanently. It is stored here for 1 or 2 days. It is stored here for 1 or 2 days. Immediately what will happen? This will go to the stitching or cutting. Right, they're cutting, and then they'll go for stitching, and then they'll go for pressing, and then they'll go for packing. Right, now this is what it happens. Now if you ask me, in the garment, are they going to store this material, raw material, forever? No, no, only for 1 or 2 days, because it will be processed. So I can clearly say that garment factory is not for storing your materials. Nowhere materials will be there. Even after they have stitched, pressed and packed, it will has to immediately transport it. It will be immediately transported. They will never keep anything in the garment. Only the process will happen here. New item will come, it will go for cutting, it will go for stitching, it will go for pressing, and it will be packed and it will be pushed. So your garment factory is not capable of storing the materials. It will store also temporarily, 1 or 2 days. Maybe the load has come on Friday evening, but Monday morning only they'll cut it. 2 days it will get stored. So this complete service, garment factory, is only for processing, not for storage, right? Now, the same material you're getting here. Okay. Now, one more thing I'll ask you. This is an entry point. This is an exit gate. This is an exit gate. From the exit, it goes to our showrooms or maybe stores. Okay. And or it will go to some small shops. Okay. You stand near the gate. You stand near the gate. This materials will be packed and it will be sent through a vehicle. You stand near here, and while the packing items is going out of the gate, you stand near the gate and you ask me, I'll give you 500. Can you give me one shirt? Do you think they'll give? Do you think they'll give? You stand near the gate and you say, I want to buy shirts here only. Do you think they'll give? Definitely no.
No.
Definitely no. This has to be purchased only from stores. So at any point of time, directly accessing the data from this factory is not possible. Not possible, right? Now, same thing is what we will be doing it in. See, this is a factory. This is a factory. The garment factory, whatever I am speaking in terms of the material, just replace it with data. That is a data factory. That is a data factory. Simple. To the data factory, someone sends me the data through linked service. There it was a vehicle. Here it was a linked service. Now here, this is a raw data. It goes for data cleaning. It goes for data modeling. It goes for data transformations, and it goes for clean data. And in the outside of the Azure Data Factory, you go and request for the data. They will not give. It has to be pushed into some other storages to access it. This is what is a data factory. What you know about garment factory, just remove the word garment, put it as data. So the data comes from some external sources, external devices. It goes to the raw data. Raw data will be cleaned, processed, data model, and it will be cleaned. Here also same steps. Stitching, cutting, pressing, packing. Similarly, data cleaning, data modeling, data transformation, data cleaning, and it will be sent through another link service. This is what is a data factory. Okay. Now, let's assume that you have not understood this example also. You have not understood this example also. Okay. Now, Azure Data Factory is a equivalent to your home kitchen. The one of the best, very best example I can give for Azure Data Factory is your kitchen. Everyone have a kitchen in your house. Everyone have a kitchen in your house, right? So the best example I can give you is kitchen. Now you may ask me why we are relating to kitchen. Now the smallest area covered in your house is your kitchen, right? If you compare with your hall, if you compare with your living room, if you compare with your bedroom, this is the smallest area that you have, correct? Now in this, what is the purpose of kitchen? It is only for cooking. It is only for cooking. In your kitchen, are you going to store all the groceries, all the vegetables, all the fruits, everything, rice bag, rice dal, everything are you going to store here? Definitely no. Definitely no. This is only for cooking. Now, where do I store it? I store the items in the storeroom. I store in the refrigerator. Now, this too is where it's outside my kitchen. Right? Compared to my house, our kitchen is very small. So where do I store the groceries? I buy weekly once. Every Sunday I buy groceries. Every Sunday I buy vegetables. Every Sunday I buy fruits. Will I keep in kitchen? Because it is very hot. The temperature of the kitchen is very hot. So I'll keep it outside. This is called, maybe it is called fridge, and this is called storeroom. Now here I keep all my eggs, or maybe the rice, dal, everything I'll keep here. Now, before cooking, how much quantity I want, that I will get it. Let's say I want some quantity to prepare breakfast. I'll bring this. Now, for that time being, if I want to cook, how much data I need to pull, that one I'll bring it to my kitchen. Now, in my kitchen is my actual cooking happens. Now, cooking means transformation. You're doing something to the data. Some raw material is there, raw vegetable is there, raw fruits is there. You're cooking something. That cooking is nothing but transformations. Now, last question. After cooking, will you sit in the kitchen only and heat it? Will you sit in the kitchen only have food? No. Where you will bring? Where you will bring? You will bring to dining table. You'll bring to a hall. Now, in the kitchen, are you directly going to consume food? No. You're going to bring it to kitchen. I mean, from kitchen, you're going to bring it to hall or dining table. Now, this is the best example I can give it to your ADF. Your ADF is only this one. Your ADF is only this one. Only for cooking. Are you going to store raw materials? No. Are you going to consume in the kitchen itself? No. This is the best ever example I can give you, and I bet you every single person will remember this ADF forever. The moment you go to kitchen, you will always remember ADF. Yes, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Santosh.
Now we have the fourth service, which is nothing but only for processing. And I'm telling you, you will not be able to store the data here, only temporarily. For breakfast, how much I need to prepare, that I will bring it here, right? And only for cooking, I will use it. And immediately from the ADF also, I will not go and consume it. I have to put it in some other storage. Now, with this four services, let's go and build one project. With this four services, let's go and build one project, because you have a dedicated storage, you have a dedicated processing. So we will go and build the project. Okay. Now, to build the project, first thing you need is a business requirement document. You need a business requirement document. Okay. So every business.
Overview on Databricks also.
We are doing a project on ADF. Okay. With this 2 days, we'll not be able to cover ADF, Databricks, because Databricks is a very, very huge topic. We'll try to accommodate in some other workshop. In this project, we will focus on Data Factory project. Okay. Now,
works with both structured and unstructured data.
yeah, it will work. It will work. Okay. Now, we will see what is a project that we are going to do. You go to any company, you go to any startup, even if you come for KSR, always every project will have something called BRD. The first day you enter a company, the question you need to ask to your leader, team leader or managers is, hey, can you tell me where is the BRD for my project? BRD stands for Business Requirement Document. Now, this is a project objective. They are saying that the objective of this project is to build one centralized data repository that serves a single source of truth for data analytics and data engineering teams. This centralized table will adhere to the Medallion architecture and ensuring some integrity, all this fine. And they have shared the data dictionary. The data dictionary means you already know English dictionary. For every word you will get a meaning. Similarly, data dictionary means for every table, there is a table called provider, there is a table called location, there is a table called patient, there is a table called PCP, there is a table called encounters and encounters DX and some pregnancy diagnosis. So all of these are tables, and this tables data dictionary means for every column they'll tell you what it is. For every column they will tell you what it is. So the main objective of this project, BRD, is a document which consists of all the business requirements will be put into one document. This will be sealed with the company's logo, client's logo. It's like an agreement. It looks like an agreement. This BRD will be present for every project. Okay, now in this project they are asking to do one project, right? So let's go and build a architecture. So let's go and build an architecture. Before building the project, you need to have the architecture. Without architecture, you will not know how to implement it. So, right? So what I will do, I will go and build one architecture. So let me go and build one architecture. For architecture, imagine that project architecture. Okay, project architecture. Now, where is the data present? The data will be present in storage. It will be present in storage. Now, where can be the data present? The data can be present in either here, either here, either here. So, data factory, you will not have data. Okay, in data factory, you will not have data. So, where the data can be present? Data can be present in block storage, data can be present in data lake storage, or data can be present in SQL database. So, what I'll do in my architecture, the data can be present in these three services: block storage, ADLS, and SQL database. Azure SQL database. Okay. Now, in these three
Yes,
places, you
ADLS.
can, yeah, ADLS. Okay, sorry. ADLS. ADLS. Okay, data lake storage. ADLS stands for Azure Data Lake Storage. Okay. Now, this can have the storage. Now, from this, I have to process it. For processing, I will have one more service. For processing, I'll have one more service. Processing. Okay. Now, just give me a minute. Let me change the color. Okay. Now, this, where do you do the processing? The processing is actually done in Azure Data Factory. Because I've told you that you can do only in the Data Factory, because it's the only processing layer as of now, and I'll call it as ADF. Right? Now this is ADF. Now, any Power BI guys in the house? Any Power BI guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Santosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
all the Power BI guys, you will be getting the data. This is your role, okay? This is your role. And Power BI, I'll put it in yellow color itself. This is a Power BI desktop, okay? And these are all, you're all data analyst. Okay, you're all data analyst. Now, you have to get the data from the clean. See, this is the raw data, right? Here you will have a raw data. This will have a raw data. This is your raw data. Here you will have a clean data. The outside, when it comes to Azure Data Factory, right? It comes with a clean data. It's a clean data. Okay. Now, this is a clean data. But is it possible to connect the clean data to your Power BI directly from Azure Data Factory? Let's wait and watch. Let's wait and watch. I'll open Power BI desktop. Power BI is a tool which can help you to do a reporting. Okay, so Power BI is a tool which can help you to do a reporting. Now, I open Power BI. I've opened Power BI. Now in Power BI, I'll go and build a blank report. This is an option to get all the data. Go here, get data, go to more. You can get the data from 99 plus data sources. Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, everything you can get it. Now let's go to Azure. So for Azure, they have separate component. Let's go to Azure. Now, if you see here, Azure block storage. That means you have a connection. Azure block storage, you can connect to a Power BI. Azure block storage. Azure data lake storage. Where is that? Azure data lake storage. Yeah, Azure data lake storage. Azure data lake storage, you have it. But do we have Azure Data Factory?
No.
Synapse, Databricks, Cosmos, Stainside. We don't have. Right? We don't have. That is why I told you, while coming out of the Azure Data Factory, you will not be able to access the data. The example which I've given, right? Like this, right? You outside of the garment, you stand and you ask for the shirt. Will they give you? No. This has to be put into the store. So the changes in the architecture is after you clean the data, this has to be put into another storage. If you want to access a cleaned data, you have to process it. You have to store it in one more place. Now what I will do, from the raw data, I will connect to ADF. After doing the transformations in ADF, either you store it here, or either you store it here. It's your wish. It's completely your wish. You want to store the clean data here, you want to store the clean data here, you want to store the clean data here. It's your wish. Now, I will not prefer this, but I'll prefer this. Any reason? For storing the clean data, I'm preferring this. Any reason?
Structure
Because it's a
database.
processing, basic queries can be done.
Very good. Basic queries can be done, right? Whether I've cleaned properly or not, whether this has been queried properly or not, at least I can query it. Hey, I'm not looking for Azure SQL Database as a heavy lifting processing. No, at least a basic level transformations I should be readily doing. So here what I'm going to do, no need to do a heavy lifting transformations, but at least for a time being I can store here, so that for your Power BI developers easily you can pull it from Azure SQL Database. Do we have an option? Yes. The first option itself is Azure SQL Database. So until here, it's the role of a data engineer. Data engineer will pull the raw data, will do all the data cleanings and make sure that it is available till this layer. And from there onwards, all the Power BI developers will pull the data and will do the transformations. Okay. Now, is this architecture clear? Yes? Everyone?
Yes, Santosh.
Everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yes,
we will do one project. Now, before going to the project, before going to the project, these guys have also asked something called Medallion architecture. This is nowadays the word is becoming so fancy that in every interview I am hearing this. Have you implemented a Medallion architecture? Have you implemented a Medallion architecture? Now let us see what is this Medallion architecture. Okay, Medallion architecture stands for medal. If you see a Olympics, right? If you win something, you will get a medal. The name is coming from medal, Medallion architecture. Okay. Now, what is this Medallion architecture is? What is this Medallion architecture? See, keep this architecture with you. Now, I will tell you what is this Medallion architecture. Okay. Now, when I say Medallion architecture, imagine this is a raw data that you will get it. This is a raw data that you will get it. Imagine that your raw data, you will get it. See, in this example, what is happening is, just carefully observe. Your clients are dumping the raw data into one storage. I repeat one more time. Your clients are dumping your raw data onto your storage. Now, while you're processing, you will do some mistakes. You will do on the original data set. What will happen? You will corrupt the data. You will corrupt the data. For example, imagine I've given you this file. Imagine that I've given you this file. This is a file that I've given. This is called some data. Imagine I'm given this file. Now, while doing something, while doing some work, right? By mistake, you deleted this number. By deleted your number. This is a client data. This is a client data. And while doing some opening the file, closing it, you did some changes. Now, what is the only option left? What is the only option left? You go and have to ask your client one more time, can you resend me the data because the data got corrupted or the data got deleted? This is the only thing you can ask him. Yes or no? Yes or no? Because you don't know what is the number. You don't know what is the number. Only client knows what is the data here. So there are high likely chances that your data is corrupted. And the only one option left is you have to go and ask your clients again. Now this is a wrong way of doing it. Because you did some changes and you deleted it and you by mistakenly you did not save it or something you did it, this data is corrupted. This is the original data what client is actually dumping on the storage for processing. So in order to avoid that, what I am going to do is, listen carefully. In this, the raw data what they are going to send, okay, I will also store the same data in my, I'll store one copy. Okay, I'll store one copy. Now the purpose of this one is save as it is. Save as it is. That means save as it is means whatever the data you're getting, everything I will save as it is. Now the data which I'm getting right from the my client is dumping it, right? I will store one more copy. See, it's easier to take a copy than getting busted by clients. You do some changes, you go and ask a client. That's actually like more annoying than this. Taking a copy is easy because taking a copy, how much I'm spending for taking a copy of 1 GB? 1 GB, 1 rupee. Who will not do it? Who will not do it? Who will not take a copy? Even if it is 1 terabyte, hardly I will spend 1000 rupees. Hardly will spend 1000 rupees. If you go to a lunch itself, it is charging 3000 rupees. For storing 1 terabyte for 1 month, their company is charging only 1000. Why will I not do? So it's easier to always play safe. So whatever the data which I am going to get in the raw data, I am going to store it here. This layer, I will call it as bronze layer. This I'll call it as bronze layer. Why it is bronze? I am storing as it is. Among the three, bronze, silver and gold, superior is gold, normal is bronze. So I will put bronze. Okay, next. Now what I will do, from the bronze layer, I will put it in the silver layer. I'll put it in the silver layer. Now the actual transformations is done in silver layer. Actual transformations is done in silver layer. Now don't worry too much, because even if transformation goes wrong, don't worry, you can always get a copy from bronze. No need to ask client. If something went wrong in silver, that means you're doing some data cleaning, some missing values, and something happened. Don't worry. Don't worry. Why? You have a copy with you. Even if you do some mistakes, you can always go and retrieve that. No need to ask this guys raw data. Right now I will do a transformations in the sense basic level transformations for cleaning data. I will say missing values will be there, duplicates will be there. Okay, no proper structure, everything I will do it in the silver layer. Everything I'll do it in the silver layer. So this is bronze and this is silver. Now after doing the transformations, what I will do, I'll put it into another layer called gold layer. Now gold layer, I will go and apply some business logics, actual business logics. See, until silver, imagine we have a big team, we have a 50-member team. All 50-member team are working on same project, but different modules. But until silver layer, everyone will have the clean data. So you take the clean data, you do whatever you want. For example, yesterday morning I bought paneer. Right, I bought paneer. So what we did, we sliced it, we cut into multiple pieces, and we kept in the refrigerator. So refrigerator, we washed the paneer, and we have put it in the refrigerator now. Now from fridge, my sister will pick and she'll prepare her own food. I will pick and I'll prepare my own food. My dad will pick and he will do own food. So each one will pick their own food, interested. But paneer is ready. That is what I'm doing. At the silver layer, everything I'll keep it ready. Data cleaned, missing values, everything I'll do. Whichever team wants to do, this time is internal team. Whoever wants, let them pull it from silver layer and let them do the business logics. One will do one more logic. I mean, one will work on different business. I will work on different business. So from the silver layer, we'll pick. If someone is picking from the bronze, again they have to do data cleaning, which is unnecessary. We're all in one team, right? Why you have to do unnecessary works? Now, after this, I will push it to BI developers. So BI developers will directly pull the data from gold. This is called Medallion architecture. 99.9999% of all the recent projects what I've experimented, even Friday I have signed one SOW. So people who are not aware of SOW is like the written statement that you give it to your client that we will do this project, and that is the written statement we will be giving the architecture of the project. The Friday, right, today is Sunday, right? So day before yesterday, logging off for the company, I have signed one SOW, that is we have got a new client and the client is also using Medallion architecture. Every company is now following Medallion architecture, so that you will have a 3 layers of data. One is save as it is, one is silver, and one is gold. Okay, now this is what we are going to implement now. So one is architecture is clear and one is Medallion architecture is clear. Now this is what they're asking. One is they want to build one centralized repository, and they're also asking to build a Medallion architecture, right? So let's directly go and jump to our project. Directly we'll go and jump to our project. So what I will do now, I will create the resources one more time. I created as a demo, but I'll create it one more time according to the project. Okay, so let's go to home. I will create one resource group, and first thing I need is storage account. I'll create one storage account. For this is the data that we are going to work will be a healthcare data. Okay, it's something related to hospital data. Okay, so for example, this is a real project that we have worked, but I have taken a copy of some data points. It's an old record. Old data records will be there. I have taken as a sample project because I cannot build this project for 6 months or 8 months. I have to build it in next 2 hours, right? So in the next 2 hours, I have to build one project, means obviously I need to take some small data. So I've taken one small data. This client that we are going to work, let's call it as Apollo. Apollo Hospital RG. So I'm going to this entire data. Let's work on. We are working for a project called Apollo. Example only. Okay, I work for different client, and if I go and tell that client, it will be a data breach. So let me give one simple example. Let's say that we are working for Apollo. Apollo is a client. Now I will store one simple block storage so that the clients can go and dump the data. Project Apollo. It's a very famous hospital, right? With the 4 services, we'll build one project on Apollo. Okay. Now, where the data will not be present in my personal machine. Nowhere data will be present in my personal machine. What clients will do? Clients will go and dump into one storage account. I repeat one more time. Your clients will go and store the data in one layer. What layer? Storage account. That storage account, everyone will be given access. So what I will do? I'll go here, Apollo Hospital, storage account. The purpose is raw data, and let's say they are storing in block storage. Okay, block storage. Now let's create one. So for block storage, Apollo block. So the name has already been used by some other person. Let's say Apollo storage account block. So this is a storage name they have given. Okay, Apollo SA block storage. Now I will keep this. I'll keep all of this local. I'll keep it as less as possible. Now hierarchical namespace, I will not enable it because it's just a general purpose. Simply they will go and dump it. So I will not do this. Now I'll go to next. All let it be 7 days. Let's go to next. And I'll create one storage account. The data set for this project has already been uploaded in your website, KSR website. Please download it and give a try. Whatever I do, I want you to completely replicate the same thing, because I've already told you what you need to do. You need to have a free account. You need to go here for creating the service, and how to create a service I'm doing in front of you. Right, I'm doing in front of you every single step. I'm doing, just follow the instruction. And creating the service and all, you can go with a 1x speed less. If you're going with the recordings, do slowly, because if you miss one step, your amount will be debited. So make sure whatever I do, you do the same thing. Now I'll create one storage account. Now in the storage account, assume that all these data files are there. Okay, so let's assume that all these data files are there. Data file means one. So why it's opening? Yeah, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 data sets are there. So all the 7 data sets I will dump here. The data set is already there in the portal. You will be able to see this. Okay, now the deployment is done. Now I'll go here. I'll go to the storage browser and I will go to the block container. I'll create one container. It's a high level container. So I will say Apollo data set. Okay, or I'll say Apollo raw data, because it's a very raw data. Your clients will go and dump here. So I'll go and create hits, and in this I will dump all the data. I will upload all the files. Your clients will go and do a manual upload also. So let's go and upload all the files. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. See, each team will go and upload different file formats. You see here, this is all raw data. Okay, this is all raw data. And if you see here, one is in Excel format, one is in CSV format, CSV, and one is JSON format. So it's up to them. They're using for dumping the raw data. So you cannot question them. You cannot question them. Whatever the data they are dumping, let them dump. We don't have any problem here. Okay, we cannot question them because they are the clients, right? They will dump as it is they want. Now, this is what block storage. It's a general purpose. Now, what I will do, I will have to create one Medallion architecture now. I will have to create one Medallion architecture. So for Medallion architecture, what I will do is I will make use of this one, lake storage. Why? Because it can be organized well. So what I will do now, I will create one more. I'll create one more resource. I'll create one more resource. So how to create one more resource? Go to one more resource. Go to one more storage account. Go to one more storage account. Okay. Now you give same Apollo Hospital, and here what you do, the name which I've given here, Apollo SA blog, now I will give Apollo blog ADLS. So I'll give one more storage account. Okay, so this is one more storage account. So one more storage account, this is actually a transformed, or I can say the actual data, or just call it as a data. Now here I will put it in Azure Data Lake Storage. The name I've given is Apollo SA ADLS. Okay, now I'll create it. How do you create it? Very simple. Just select a basic version. Go next. Only one thing you have to do is for enabling the hierarchical name, for the ADLS, you have to enable the hierarchical namespace. This hierarchical namespace means it will come in the file formats. Different files will be there. Okay, different folders. Within the folders, you can have the files. Now I'll go here. Next, 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 next. Review and create. Okay, and I've created. So you have a block storage. It is a raw data. You can see wherever I've mentioned blog, I will mention it as this is a raw data, and this is a ADLS. It's getting created. The only one thing which I don't like in Azure, maybe I should not tell this, I don't like working with browsers. Because whatever we have learned till so far, right, we have installed the software and it is present in my laptop system. I can use wherever I want. But working with the cloud, right, you should always have internet on, and this always you should be open in the browser only. So this always should be browser. See, this one, tabs, everything will be always visible. So this is one issue with your cloud, but that's fine, not a problem, because it is working with the browser means I'm still getting all the benefits. Right now, this is ADLS. Now what I will do, inside this also I will go to the storage browser and I will create one folder, one container. I will say that Apollo data sets. Here I kept it as Apollo raw data. Here I am keeping as Apollo data sets. Okay, now what I will do, in this I will create three directories. One will be bronze, one will be silver, one will be gold. Now this is where three folders I'll create. So my first task is to copy all these files to bronze, because bronze is save as it is. Save as it is. Whatever you see there, I will simply save it in the bronze. That's my first work. Right. From the bronze, I will use it for the transformations, and then I'll clean it, and then I'll go to gold. Okay. This is what is the process. Are you all with me? Yes? Okay.
Yes,
So I want to create now Data Factory, because Data Factory is a main processing layer. So I'll create one more service. See, everything you keep it order. This is a block storage. This tab is for data lake storage, and this is for Azure Data Factory. So how to work with Azure Data Factory? Go to this, go to analytics, go to Data Factory. Creating Data Factory is very easy. Simply go and choose a subscription and Apollo Hospital resource, Apollo ADF. Next, next, next. That's all. Create and review. So data factory is also created. Now, finally, where will the clean data will go and sit? Clean data will go and sit in the SQL database also. So SQL database also we will create it. Now only we will create it. So data factory is done. Now I'll go to SQL Server. SQL Server is also very easy. Create a resource. Go to database. Choose a SQL database. And choose the same resource group so that all will get same billing. Choose the Apollo one. So that the billing will happen to Apollo Hospital. By end of this class, Mahesh is asking me how much billing has happened. So I can tell only for this resource group. For workshop, we have spent this much. I can tell that. So database name, Apollo DB. I may forget this passwords and all. So what I'll do, I'll write it down, okay? Or else I'll forget it. So this is a database details. So database name is Apollo DB. What is a server? What is a server? I'll go and create one server. Apollo server. Let it be in US region. Let the this will be Apollo user. Password is welcome underscore 123. Welcome underscore 123. Okay, so I'll copy all of this. This is a server. This is the server. If someone has to log into my database, they need a user ID and password. Username and password. So username is Apollo user. Password is welcome underscore 123. Okay, so I've created all of this. Now I'll create OK. For a practice purpose, let's keep it a very simple database. So I'll go to the general purpose and don't choose any of this. Okay, it is costing you very high. So choose in the DTU base basic version, only 400 rupees. And by the time you create an account, right, they will also give you 16,000 free. So no need to worry. So I'll create this local review public access. Yes. That's all. No more changes. Additional. All good. All good. All good. Okay. Now all done. Okay. Now this is block storage created. Block storage created for raw data. Data lake storage for organizing it well. Basically for a Medallion architecture. Data factory for processing. And SQL database for writing the simple SQL queries on the clean data. So block storage, data lake storage, data factory. This is a data factory, Azure Data Factory Studio. That means where you will go and work. And this will be the SQL database. So service number 1, service number 2, service number 3, service number 4. So successfully we have kicked off the laying of the foundation is done. Now all in all, we will go and build a project. Okay, for the next, I don't know, it could be 1 hour, it could be 2 hours, it could be 3 hours, as long as the project, because it's a fresh project that we are doing now. So we may get some challenges, we may get some errors. So everything we will fix it. So we are entering into the last part of this workshop where we will be building end-to-end project. So project is, we know what is this project now. We are going to work on a healthcare and services. Everything is done. Everything is ready now. Only one thing which is pending now is going and doing the project. Okay. Now let's see. What is this project now? What is this project now? This is a SQL server. This is a ADF ready, ADLS is ready, block storage is ready. Okay. Now, sorry, I heard something. Anyone? Questions?
Yeah, Santosh. So can't we create a Medallion architecture in block storage?
Block storage, we cannot create folders, right?
Yeah, so hierarchy is not available in the block storage.
That's why I'm not creating. Block storage, I will use it for general purpose. In ADLS, it's organized and optimized. So I'll use it as a folders.
So in ADLS, we can create like block storage, just dumping around. We can create.
You can do it. You can do it. There is no restriction. You can use it either this or this. There is no issues. But I'm using this because it is giving some organized and optimized. Pricing also will be less. That's why I'm going for it. But if anywhere, see, it's all client's wish. Whichever service they want, they will create it. Our purpose is these details they will give. What is the block storage name? What is the storage ADLS name? What is the database name? These details they'll give. What they want, let them create it. Our purpose is we will go and do the project. Simple. Okay. Now we will see what it is.
One more question.
Yeah.
This whole backend project means whatever the folders and everything will be created by the company itself.
By the data architect or the managers from your client side.
Yeah, we just need to go into the ADLS and work over there.
Yes.
Sorry, Data Factory.
Data Factory, ADLS, data copy, data movement, everything you will work.
Okay.
Services name, everything will be available. You just need to do a copy activity. You just need to do the transformations.
Okay.
Okay. Now everything is ready, right? Yeah, tell me.
Sorry, Santosh, one more question. So in real time, are we creating the resources or any other team will?
That's what I told, right? In every project, there will be a architect team, there will be a platform team. They will create it. It's your practice, it's your account, it's your subscription. That's why you have to do it here. But in the real time, they will create it and keep it ready. This details, they will share it with you.
Okay, so we will just use the ADF and ADLS.
Yes. Okay. Now,
I have a query.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this Apollo Hospital project, we have created these 4 services, right? So tomorrow I want to practice on telecom data. Again, I have to create
one more resource group.
Okay.
It will be different project. It will be different resource groups.
Okay, Santosh. Got
because
it.
pricing happens on project level.
Okay.
And it is connected only to up to SQL database, right? And then what if
that's
the
a last
Power BI
layer?
users,
That's a last layer.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So yeah.
So instead of using blob storage, why don't we use like ADLS?
You can use it. You can use anything. That's what I'm saying, right? I wanted to explain you both. What is the difference? That is why raw data I'm storing here, and this one I'm storing as a ADLS for bronze, silver, and gold. You can store anywhere, but bronze, silver, gold is not applicable in the block because of folder structure. We cannot create multiple folder structures. That is why this Medallion architecture I'm not preferring in block, but block can be done in ADLS. You can have another copy also. For example, you can have another folder also. If you see here, right? Go here. You can have another folder also, say as raw. Let the client come and put it in the raw folder. That is up to them. And from raw to bronze, bronze to silver, silver to gold, we will do. I wanted to see in the given time, I wanted to show you a couple of services. So that's why I've shown you one is block, one is ADLS. If you want here only, you can keep here only. Not a problem. But this cannot be created there. You know why?
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Because of the folder structures.
So, but in real time, in a Azure SQL database, say for example in Apollo or anything, the client will have multiple tables, right? It will not be a single table data storage because they will follow the.
Here also we have different tables, right? See how many tables we have. This is 7 data sets we have here, right? So 7 data sets, we will process it and we'll create one analytical table. Real time, it could be 2 analytical table. It could be 3 analytical table. Depends.
In the SQL data storage, in the SQL
that's
database,
what I'm saying. In SQL only, as of now, in this we'll create one table because clearly they're asking build one centralized data repository that serves a single source of truth. That means they need one table. If they need multiple tables, they'll tell what are the tables I'm looking for, what are the columns I'm looking for, everything they'll tell you.
So we can connect multiple tables to the data factory at one time, like in a SQL database.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to load, I don't want to manage like not a schema, but I want to load the table data in the SQL database. How is it possible?
That's what we are going to do, right? We are going to do that now. We are going to do the project now. Okay. Now we have the data now. right? We have the data now. In this block storage, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 files that we have now. Okay, now I have to push this all these 7 files to bronze layer. In bronze, nothing is there. In bronze, nothing is there. Now I want to bring, this is called save as it is. Whatever I have, everything I have to save here. Okay, now for that we are going into Azure Data Factory. Now Azure Data Factory is a hero. He's like a Virat Kohli in the Indian team. This is what is going to do everything for us. Okay, this is what is going to do everything for us. Now Azure Data Factory is considered to be the only the processing layer. It can help us for the data movement. And in the yesterday's session, I kept on telling you that as a data engineer, you will be doing ETL, ETL, ETL. What is that? Extracting the data, transforming the data, loading the data. The same thing I'm going to do it today. First thing is extracting the data. So in the Azure Data Factory, I will have to go and click the pencil mark. In the pencil mark, we have pipelines, we have change data capture, we have a data sets, we have a data flows, and we have a Power Query. Totally, we have 5 components. Let's talk about only 4 components. There is something called change data capture, which is actually, it's in a preview version. That means they're working on some updates. So apart from that, 1, 2, 3, 4, pipeline, dataset, data flows, and Power Query are the components of the Azure Data Factory, which we will be using for our project now. Okay, now I told you Data Factory is like your kitchen. I told you Data Factory is like your kitchen. In kitchen, what you do? You cook food. In Data Factory, what you do? You cook data. Okay, now in your kitchen, which is a main component? Without this, I cannot cook at all. What is that?
Gas.
Yes.
Data sets.
Gas stove, right?
Gas stove.
Gas stove. Your gas stove is the most important component in your kitchen. If you don't have gas stove, you cannot cook. Now, in this, your data flow is like your gas stove. The data flow is completely responsible for data transformations and data cleaning. Right? I repeat one more time. The one component which is completely responsible for doing the data cleaning and data transformation in Azure Data Factory is data flow. Right? Now, imagine your guest has come. Okay? You want to cook faster. So, in the last 10 years, we have also started using another type of stove. What is that?
Okay.
Induction stove, right? Induction stove or electric stove. That is nothing but Power Query. Now, the two main components that is responsible for the data transformations and data cleaning is data. Could you please be on mute? So data flow and Power Query. So data flow and Power Query is actually responsible for doing the data cleaning, right? Now, how do you differentiate? See, you can cook in gas stove also, you can cook in electric stove also. But in this electric stove, what I have observed and what I have heard from my mother is you cannot use all the vessels, right? Some stainless steel or something, right? You should have some pan. You should have a special type of vessels if you want to use it for your induction stove. So that means induction stove comes with some limitations. It's a very, very new innovation. In the last 10-12 years only we are using induction stove. From the beginning we are using gas stove. Similarly, your data flow is the oldest way of transforming. Your Power Query is newest way of transforming. But can we go and use completely Power Query? The answer is no, because it comes with certain limitations. 2021 is where they have introduced this. Before that, you had only 3: pipeline, datasets, and data flow. Right? This Power Query was not there. But when Power Query become famous in Power BI, in Power BI we used to do a lot of Power Query, right? So it become famous. It shown its name. So that's why what this Microsoft guys did is they picked from there and they put it here also. So people who know Power Query, this is very easy. Okay, but we will not do this because in the real time majority of the transformations will be going with power data flow. So in this project also we will prefer to use data flow. Now Power Query and data flow are the two components which is helpful for our transformation. Let's see what is data set. Now in the garment factory also I give an example, in the kitchen also I give an example. Before cooking, some some raw material you will bring from your fridge, some raw material you will bring from your storeroom. Now that you will keep it in the kitchen for time being. If morning 10 o'clock I am preparing breakfast, 9:30 I will bring everything and I will wash it. I'll wash it, I'll cut it, vegetables, onion, tomato, everything I'll cut it, right? Only for that time, how much I need, I will bring that, right? Similarly, here, before doing the transformation, you have to bring the data here. You have to bring the data here, but don't think that this is for storing the data. It's not. It's not. Here in data factory, you have a data flow component which is not for storing the data. It is only for temporarily storing because I have to use it in the data flow. So there is another component called data sets. Whatever the data you have to transform, first you have to bring it to kitchen. Whatever you have to cook, first you have to bring it to kitchen. Same way, the data is present in the block storage. The data is present in the bronze layer. I need to bring it here. That's what I'm going to do. So data sets will be responsible for storing the temporary data so that I can use it in the data flow, I can use it in the Power Query, right? So let's not talk about change data capture, which is something a new innovation. If I want to give a one-line answer, some data which is changed, only that I can get it here. That is possible here. Maybe in the next workshop, when we get this preview also to be perfectly working for public, I can explain this. Now, last one is pipeline. Now, what is pipeline? First, what I do, I get the data, I get from the fridge, I get it from my storeroom, then I'll wash it, then I'll cut it, then I'll keep the vessel, I'll pour the water and I'll maybe steam it, then I'll put all the vegetables, then I'll put all the masalas, then I'll stir it. Finally, I will add salt, right? Now, there is a process of cooking. If you want to cook something, there is a process. Directly you cannot take one empty vessel and you cannot put salt first. You cannot put salt first. If you put salt and then you put water and then you cook, it doesn't sounds good and you will not even be able to cook. In a cooking process, there is always a steps. This has to come first, this has to come second, this has to come last. There is a process. Similarly, here also you would have done lot of transformations. You would have done lot of transformations. Which transformation has to come first? Right? Which one has to run first? Which one has to execute first? For that, you will be creating one pipeline. So pipeline will be end-to-end execution. It will be one end-to-end execution. Okay. Now, all good? Yes. Can we proceed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Santos.
I don't know, 10 o'clock we are starting the project. So if it is getting delayed, please have some patience. I have told you in the beginning as well, take whatever you want, breakfast, lunch, everything, you keep it ready and listen carefully. Okay. I don't want to miss this. So I want to go it very slow. So try to understand, because one day, one complete project will definitely give you a fair idea what data engineers are doing. Yesterday and today, like, we have decided this for 2 months. 2 months I have worked in the background, how much I need to teach, what I need to teach, how we can cover. So everything I've planned it, and I've planned it for 2 days. So please have patience. 10 o'clock we are starting. I'm not sure when we will complete, but hoping that we will not get any error, we can finish it faster. Now, first thing, what is my first work? This data has to be brought to the bronze, right? This data has to be brought into the bronze. See, wherever required, I have given you the information. Wherever it is required in detail, I'll be covering as part of our detailed course. 4.5 to 5 months detailed course we take. There I'll teach you. This is only to understand what we do. Okay. Now, first step, I need to bring all this data to bronze layer. Okay. So for that, what I will do, I will create one pipeline. Okay. I will create one pipeline. I will go to new pipeline. See, on top of this, if you see, right, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 is there. After 1 hour, you see what will be the number. According to the project requirement, it keeps changing. So first I'll go to the pipeline, new pipeline. I will say this as raw to bronze underscore PL. The name I'm given is from the raw, it will be moved to the bronze. PL stands for pipeline. Okay. Now I've given the name. I've built one pipeline. You can see the pipe symbol. Now in the pipe symbol, I can do all of these activities. So don't ask me all of this. It will be covered in the later part. But for this, what I need, I will be using that. First is raw to bronze means I will open this. There is something called copy activity. Now, by using this copy activity, I have to move the data from raw to bronze. Simple. There is activity called copy activity. This copy activity will help us to move the data from one layer to another layer. Now, the moment I drag this activity, it is simply asking you need to add one value here, you need to add one value here. Source is where I'm pulling the data. Sink is where I'm going to dump the data. Simple. Okay. Now, what I will do, I will have to go to source. Ideally speaking, I have not created any data sets now. Right? So before using a copy activity, I should bring the data set. And that's why you see here, right? It is asking which data you have to dump it. I don't have a data now. The data is still not brought here. So it is not showing anything. So what I will do, I'll give a pause here. I'll go for data sets first. Click this new data set. Now, the new data set, if I click, it is actually opening one pop-up. Where is the data coming from? My data is coming from block storage. So what I will do in this, I will have to choose block storage. Your Azure Data Factory is also capable of getting the data from almost 60 to 70 sources, which you can see here. Redshift, Apache Impala, S3. All these are Azure. You can get it from CouchDB, Cassandra DB, DB2, Dynamics, Dynamic 365, Google Cloud Platform, HDFS, HBase, Hive, Informatica, Jira. You can even get it from the Fabric, the recent updates. You can get it from MySQL, Netiza, ODBC, everything we can get it. Okay. Now, what I am going to do here, my data is present in block storage. So let's bring the block storage here. Now I'll click it. Okay. In the block storage, what format the file is? Some are in Excel, some are in CSV, some are in JSON, right? So as of now, I am not focusing on single file. I want to copy all the files. So what I'll do, I'll select anyone. Okay. Now, what I will do, this I will tell it as raw data files. Okay, I'll simply give the name as raw data files. Now, one more thing. Here, I want to get the data to my factory. That means I want to get the data to my factory. It is coming through a vehicle. So vehicle should be having a license to enter the gate of the gateway. Right? So your vehicle should have the license to enter the gate of the garment. Similarly, here in your kitchen, your storeroom and your fridge is actually present in your hall. From hall to kitchen, if you want to come, you should have a path. While building the house only, you would have built a path. That is one time step. Once you build a path between your kitchen and your home, you can travel 100 times, 1000 times. But in between, you cannot have a C, right? You need to have a path. Similarly, if I want to bring the data from my block storage to ADF, I need to create one linked service. Linked service is a service which establishes the connection between two or more services. Let's go to the architecture diagram. Let's go to the architecture diagram. In the architecture diagram, this path is there, right? From blog, I have to bring the data to ADF, means I need one LS. I need one LS. LS stands for linked service. This is a one-time step. Once you create it, you can bring 100 files, 1000 files, 10,000 files, not a problem. So I need to have one linked service. So how am I going to get the linked service here? I have to create one because it's a new project, new services, nothing is there. So let me go and create one linked service. So if I create a linked service, it will ask me the details of the linked service, where it is present. So I will give one name. I'll give this as block to ADF underscore LS. So for pipeline, I'll give PL. For link service, I'll give LS. It's all naming conventions. So which subscription it is present? It is present in this subscription. And what is the storage account name? My storage account name is block storage. Okay. From block storage, I have to give here. I have to tell from where I have to create a link. It is a block. I will go and give test connection. I'll go and give test connection. So now the connection is successful. That means the link service is established. The link service is established. Now I'll go and create it. Now this is a dataset name. This is a link service name. From which container you want to pull the data? Click this browse button. Apollo raw data is what? This one. Apollo raw data. It is automatically showing now. The name is showing. Why it is showing the name? Because I've already created the link service. Now in this, which file you want to get it? Encounter dx, location, PCP, patient, pregnancy, provider. Okay. So ideally I don't want this patient. Just give me a minute. Okay. So I don't want patient data because patient data I will pull it from database so that you will get some experience of pulling the data from on-prem also. Okay. So totally we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 files we have. Totally we have 6 files we have. I'll do it one more time. This is raw data files, link service. I'll go to container and you can see that all these files I need to bring it now. Okay, so I will not specifically call any one file. If I call any one file will come, but I want all the data. I want all the data. So what I will do, I will not select anything here. I will not select anything here. I will simply, if I want only encounter, I can click only encounter, but I don't want. I'll put OK. Right? So that means in this folder, all the files will come because I have not given any file name. Okay. Now I will go and click OK. Now successfully this data is present, raw data. Okay, raw data. Now I have not given any particular file, so all files will come. Now I will go to this pipeline again. I'll go to this pipeline again. In this, I need to select the source and the target, right? In the source, I will go and select this raw files. This raw files. Okay. Now in this, I want all the files. So I'll put wildcard and I'll put star. Star means it will come every file. Star CSV, star Excel, star JSON. I'll put star. Star means everything. In this particular folder, Apollo raw data, I am not focusing on Excel. I'm not focusing on CSV. I'm not focusing on JSON. I'm focusing on everything. Imagine I want only CSV. There are 4 CSV, right? In that case, small change I will do is .csv. So star, instead of star, anything can be named, but all the CSV files I'll get. But here I am not focusing on CSV. I want all. So I'll not write star CSV. Okay. Now this is source. Now I have to give a sync. I have to give a sync. Now sync means I need to create one more data set. You can directly create from here also, or you have an option to create here also. Your wish. If you want to create here once, or you can create from here. I'll create from here because previous one I created from here, right? So I'll create from here. Now I will go and click this new. Where should I push this now? The data I've read this data. I have to put it into bronze. I have to put it into bronze. Nothing is there in the bronze. 938 only I created this folder. Nothing is there now. I'll go here. This is a block storage. I have to push it to Azure Data Lake storage. Click this. Continue. I'll put it in a CSV file format for time being. Then I'll go here. Then I will call it as bronze data files. Now I have to create a link service. Why link service? Because it's a different account. It's a different account, right? For example, here I'm pushing here. I'm bringing here, I'm pushing here so that I can have this proper structure. That means it's a different service. It's a different room. From your kitchen to hall, if you have a path, from your living room to kitchen also, you need a path. So I will go and create a link service. Create a new link service. The link service name is ADLS to ADF underscore LS subscription. You will have only one subscription, free subscription, but I've been using a lot of projects. So that's why you see mine is a lot of subscriptions. And you go here. In this, I will go and select ADLS. In this, I'll go and select ADLS because I have to push it to ADLS. Test connection is a mandatory to figure out if everything is good. Perfect. Create. Now, where should I push this? Go to browse. In the Apollo datasets, should I push it to this folder? It will show you 3 folders: bronze, silver, and gold. It's taking time. Yeah. So now, which one I should push? I should push to the bronze because bronze is save as it is. Now I'll go here in this path. I have to go and store it. So it will go and store it in the Apollo datasets container, and it will go and put it in the bronze. It will put it in the bronze. As of now, nothing is there in the bronze, right? But now I'll put it in the bronze. Now I'll click OK. Now I'll click OK, right? Now, successfully I have added the source. Successfully I've added the bronze. Now you can see that this is a pipeline. There is no save button in your ADF. They have given in the new update, but as of now we don't have save button. You should always go and publish it. So publish is like a changes. So I'll go and publish this. Okay, so in the recent in my office company, I have seen that they have come up with a new update where they have a save button, but in this version I have still not updated. So you don't see a save button in ADF. Publish is nothing but your save. So I have published. It is published now. Okay, now this is a copy activity which will move the data from raw to bronze, but for that I need to have the files. For that I need to have the files. It's a temporary files. You will not be able to use this as a data sets. It is only for processing. It is only for copying. So in the raw to bronze, if you go and say from source is raw files, I have pointed to this 6 files, and here I have pointed to, in the sink I have pointed to bronze files. So all the 6 files will come to here, and when I run the pipeline. Okay, as of now I'm showing you there is nothing in the bronze layer. Now what I will do, I will go and run the pipeline. This is a pipeline. I will simply go and trigger now. The moment I trigger now, automatically the pipeline will be executed. In the backend, the pipeline is getting executed. Successfully running the pipeline, you can click the pipeline output. You can click the pipeline output and you can see that in the backend, the copy activity is in progress. In the backend, the copy activity is in progress and it is successfully copied in this 12 seconds. So our first step, first thing, just like something which is a positive sign, we have got a green color symbol. The green color symbol says that it is succeeded. Now here, if I go and click this watch details, you can see that the total files read is 6, which I'm moving from Azure block storage, which is from the central US region, succeeded, and it has been pushed to Azure Data Lake storage. I have kept it in the same storage, and the total size is 12.71 MB. All the 12.71 MB is been copied here. All 6 files is coming here, so it is successfully there. Now if I go and show you this bronze, if I go and refresh, all the files will be present here. Our first activity is done. Are you with me? Yes?
Yes. Yes, Santosh.
Yes, Santosh.
Okay. Now what I will do, from bronze I have to pick one by one and I have to process it. My first step is done. My clients will go and dump in the raw data. So whatever they dump, I will bring it to bronze so that I will have a copy. Even if I do some mistakes here, I can still go and rectify. Right? Now I have brought here. Now let's pull this data one by one and we will go and do the transformations. Okay. Now first thing what I'll do is let's understand what is this data all about. Okay, let's understand what is this data is all about. Now first thing is, let me take a patient data. It's a hospital data, right? So we'll have a patient. Now patient unique ID is there. Okay, so patient unique ID is there. For every patient you will be given one ID, whether the patient is male or female, and what is their birthday, and what is their location, and what is this PAT PCP ID. We don't know what is this PCP ID. We'll see. In the description or in the data dictionary, they have given us what it is. Okay. Now let's focus on patient table. The patient table consists of patient information. Yes, that's correct. Unique patient ID. Patient unique ID means one ID, one patient. Gender, patient gender, either it can be M or F, male or female. And patient's birth date. You can see the patient birth date. Okay. And you can also see the patient's location ID. You also have a location ID. Okay. Now here every patient will also have some primary care provider. For example, like a family doctor, right? Like a family doctor. So we have patient PCP ID. Okay, we have patient PCP ID. Let's see what is this patient PCP ID. So every patient will have one primary care, that is family doctor. So that we have. But here we have unique ID, gender, birth rate, location ID they have given, right? So in the location, if you see, maximum I can see the numbers from 1 to 10. So there is a location ID. Let's see what is this location first. What is this location first? Location 1 to 10 means I will open the location table. So location 1 means Delhi. Location 2 means Calcutta. Location 3 means Bangalore. So I have removed the original name and I've given the duplicate names here. That means some names I've given which is location. So this patient number 1, Santosh, male, his birthday is this one. He is from 7. Is from this location. Maybe is from this state. This is a state, this is a location. Like this I can relate it. Okay. Now this is about the patient, this is about the location. Now let's talk about doctors. When patients are there should be doctors also. So doctor is like a provider. It's like a provider. Okay, we call it like a provider. Let's open the provider table. I'll show it in Excel format so that it's easy. Now this is a provider. Okay, this is a provider. So provider is a doctor. So there are totally 50 doctors. There are totally 50 doctors. Now 50 doctors, this is the names. Gala, Coville, Ray, Reitman, etc, etc, etc. All this, right? This is all doctor names. And they have which specification they are good at. Some good at family practice, some good at some good at internal medicines. Okay. OBGNY. I don't know what is this.
Gynecologist. Obstetrician gynecologist.
I'm not that good in this one. I'm not that good in doctors and all, so I don't know all of this. So let's see what is this. It's basically, I think it's not coming. Yeah, it's a doctor who treats women's, maybe related to some pregnancies, right? They treat it. Okay.
Obesity and gynecology.
Yeah, whatever it is. So this is one. And there are certain internal medicine people, there are some family practice. Okay. So there are certain specification. We call it, right? You're an ortho doctor, you're a cardiologist, you're a like GYN, whatever it is, right? So we have all of this. Now, these are doctors. Now, doctors will also be tagged to some location. Where is this location coming from? 1 to 10. It is coming from the location table. It is already open, it seems. So location table 1 to 10, right? So we have seen successfully two data sets. We have totally 50 providers, 50 doctors. we have location data, and we have a patient. Now each patient, right, is also mapped to one specific doctor. That is what I see here. So totally, if you see, right, you have 50 doctors. So if I go and select one doctor, so this many patients is being tagged to one doctor. Obviously, right? When I say family doctor, he will be looking after multiple patients also. So I don't have a family doctor. There is no one in my family who's a doctor, but there is a doctor who always I go and visit. He's my like a family doctor now, right? So all of our 4 people will go and see them. It's a family doctor. It may be not by blood relation. Family doctor is someone we go for everything. Now here also one doctor will have many patients. Okay, so every patient, one row, one patient. So every patient has been tagged to one personal care doctor. That is what you see in the patient data. So patient data, location data, and patient data, location data, hospital doctors data we have seen. Now let's see what is this PCP. This table consists of patient's primary care provider information. Now the same thing which I was talking here, right? Here in this table only we have, right? One patient has been tagged to this. Specifically, they have another table also, PCP table, where every patient is been tagged to one PCP. Okay, so it's here. Every patient is been tagged to one PCP, one provider. Now, if you see here, totally there are 50,000 patients. For 50,000 patients, we have only 50 doctors. See the ratio. We have 50,000 patients. For 50,000 patients, we have a one personal doctor. Okay, perfect. Now, this is also there. This is also there. Now, there is something called encounters. So, encounter means don't think it as like a police where who shoots. That it's not that encounter. This encounter says that the table contains encounter information, encounter ID for every encounter visit. That means whenever you go to an hospital, we will encounter that record. That means we will track that record. That is called encounter. Okay, now I will open the encounter table for you. In the encounter table, we have an encounter ID and we have the encounter patient, okay, and visit provider ID, and when did he encounter and what was the due date. For example, if you see a pregnant woman, they'll have some due dates. Okay, I have to visit in this month, I have to visit in 9th month, 8th month, 7th month. You will have some due dates, right? So for some people you have the due dates, for some people you may not have due dates. If you're generally going and visiting, you may not have due dates. Due date means they are asking to come for a follow-up appointment. Now, this is a primary key. That means every time you visit, you will have a ID generated. And who is the patient? The patient ID is coming from the patient table. Okay, ID number 5, ID number 6, right? This is a patient. And is visit provider ID. Visit provider ID means which is a doctor he is visiting. See, if doctor can have a personal family care member, but he may not visit every time him because of the availability. So he may visit some other person also. When he comes to an hospital on this particular visit, which doctor he is meeting? He is meeting the doctor number 20. Completed. When it was happened, when it was due, all good. This is called encounter table. Encounter table, it is clearly telling us this table consists of encounter information, encounter ID for every encounter visit, patient ID associated with that encounter. You are going to hospital, your ID will be recorded, and visit provider ID means doctor. So you may not go and meet your exact family doctor, which you already have a mapping, but no, you will visit different doctors. That is nothing but visit. And whether the status is complete or cancelled, and date associated. When did you visit the hospital, and do you have any recorded per particular? It is clearly saying for pregnant patients. Okay, now this is fine. Now once you visit here, once you visit in the encounter table, it is nowhere telling what's your problem. It is nowhere telling what's your problem, right? It is nowhere telling what's your problem, what you came for, what they have diagnosed. We don't have that. Now let's see whether that information is present. It is not present here. It is present in another table called encounter DX. DX stands for diagnosis. What diagnosis you had. So let's go and open that. So encounter diagnosis. So if I open this encounter diagnosis, you can see that one patient, that is a, see, diagnosis one means, let's say for this person, let's say I'll pull out one. Okay, I'll pull out one for understanding purpose. I'll pull out one. So this is the first time when you visit the hospital, right? For this patient, patient number 22967, he has visited the hospital, encounter ID 1, and he's been, patient ID is 22961. He has visited this doctor, all good. He's not pregnant. That's why I can clearly see here, due date. Okay, NA. So now, he or she, I don't know. If you want to know he, who or she, you have to go and search 22962 patient table. You have to go and search. Where is my patient table? In the patient table, I will go and search 22936, and this guy is female. Yeah, female. Maybe, yeah, maybe not pregnant. That's fine. Okay. Now I will still go here. I'll select everything. Now here, this patient, when he time visited, he's been diagnosed with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has been diagnosed with, he or she has been diagnosed with 5 disease, or maybe 5 complications. Now we don't know what is this. Okay, now this is called IC code. Okay, this is called IC code. When whether if you have in your family or in your circle, if you have filled an insurance, health insurance, right, you are claiming the amount, they will ask you what disease it is. So this is an international based code, ICD. If I go and show this ICD code, it's International Classification of Disease. ICD stands for International Classification of Disease. For example, I have some issue, leg issue. The same leg issue will be given one code. Why it is international? Because something would have happened in US for me and I want to claim it in India. So I need to know what disease. So every disease has been given with ID, and this is not local ID. This is not local to hospital. This is international ID. International ID. So let's see, what is this ID then? This person, right? What is this ID? I don't know. I'm very weak in this. So let's search. So ICD S85152S, right? Specification injury of anterior tibal, tibal anterior leg, left leg. I don't know what it is. Okay, if you are having a healthcare knowledge, you will understand. It is a leg injury. Okay, this is some leg injury. Now let's say what is the other disease that he was been identified on the first visit only, because his first visit, he has been diagnosed with 4 diseases. Let's see what is this code. V9210X. It's actually drowning and submerging due to being thrown overboard by motion of merchant ship. I think he fall into the sea, it seems. I don't know. Okay, let's see one more. Let's go and search here only. This stands for, what is it? Hey, these advertisements are coming. Let's do one thing. Let's ask our friend only. What is this code? Corresponds to sprain on ligament, some ligament tear or something like that. Ankle, specified to ankle or something. Okay. Now one more. He has come for 4. He diagnosed been 4 diseases. Refers to displaced intracrotonic fracture. I don't know what is all this. Any doctors in this class? I don't understand all of this. I don't know. It's very weird. See the number. Okay, let's see. Just I'll look one more ID. Okay, let's look at this. 0361114. This is all international code. Okay, there's nothing to do with us.
These are all medical coding actually.
Yeah, Marital care. I think this is something related to pregnancy. That I can know. Because of this, it's saying first trimester and all, right? This code is used when a pregnant woman in her first trimester requires care due to. Okay, all of this code is related to some pregnant woman. Okay, now like this, we have an international code, right? Now, one patient, he has visited, and the same ID is being mentioned in the diagnosis with 4 code. Right? So similarly, each one visit you will have different. You may have one diagnosis or you may have 2 diagnoses. Simple. Now this is called diagnosis table. Okay, let's go for the next step. Like last one, right? Pregnancy diagnosis. This table contains diagnosis information of identifying pregnant diagnosis. That means they have been given one more data set, pregnant diagnosis. In this pregnant diagnosis, it is related to only pregnancy related diagnosis. This one. Maybe they are giving more preference to pregnant women for this hospital. So they have classified all the pregnant women's diagnosis this one. So you go and search any of this, it will be only related to pregnant women only. Okay, you go and search anything related to this, it will be pregnant women only. See, refers to other complications of spinal anesthesia. So usually during the any operation they give anesthesia, right? So this is other complications of spinal. It's during pregnancy. So it's again, this is also pregnancy one, right? And if you go and see some other one, this also will be the entire code. If you see, right, all these codes are related to pregnancy only. Marital care. So again, some third trimester or whatever it is. Okay. Now here, all this, if you see, right, there are 1693 codes only related to pregnant women. The reason why I'm telling you this is the analysis that we have done is for pregnant women. So from the original code, that from the original encountered disease, we will filter out only the pregnant women. So that means pregnant women will be one line of business. Non-pregnant diseases or non-pregnant diagnosis will be another one. So 2 use cases you can build. Now this is what the data we have. Okay, now you see how the data has been classified into different tables. One is encounter diagnosis, one is location, one is patient. Now all of this is been given to you in this type of, one is in the JSON file, one is in the Excel file, one is in CSV file. My focus is to join everything, get one centralized system. This is what we wanted to do. Right? So this is what we wanted to do as part of this project now. So we have understood the data, we have understood the requirement. The requirement says that the objective of the project is to build one centralized repository. The data is scattered across multiple systems. One is in JSON, one is in CSV, one is in Excel, one is having location, one is having patient, one is having hospitals, or one is having doctors. All of these are different. My objective is to build one centralized data set. Let's do that. Now, successfully, I have brought the data to my raw to bronze also. You can see bronze, it is there. Now from bronze, we will pick one by one data. From bronze, we will pick one by one data and we will do the transformation. Okay, that is our next task. So what I will do, I will go to the ADF. See, from here, I have brought the data here, this is no use now, because entire copy I have brought here. From here, I will pick one by one data and I will have to go and do the processing and transformations. Okay, now the first one which I did was a simple copy activity, but the actual transformation is done by data flows. So data flows or Power Query. So data flows we will do. The actual data transformation is done by your data flow. So let's do the data flow. So first I will open a data flow. I'll open a data flow. I need to add the one source for this, right? I need to add one source for this, but here in the source, the data set, this is a different copy activity I use, right? That one, but I need to get one file here. So what I will do, I will go and create new data set. Now no need to pull it in the blog is raw data, no need. I will pull it from data lake gen2 continue. It is this file I want. Let's say I will take out the encounter table. Let's say that I will take out the encounter table. So I will go here. Encounter table is in the Excel format. I'll select the Excel format. Continue. This one I'll say encounter table, encounter data, and I will suffix with B. B stands for bronze. I'm taking from the bronze layer. Okay. Then already I've created a link service, right? From ADLS to ADF, I created a link service for copy activity. The same link service I can use. If you have already created a path from your room to kitchen, no need to create a cement, no need to put a road every day, right? Once you've already created, you can use it anytime. So already the path is created. Use the same ADLS to ADF path. Now go to browse. Now in this Apollo datasets, within the bronze, I will go and pick one data, that is encounter table. I will go and click OK. Okay, since it is an Excel file, I should also select the sheet name. I should also select the sheet name. So let me go and select the sheet name. It is loading. Encounter table is a sheet name. Then I will select the first row as header. In case if you missed this, I'll tell you what problem you may face. So I've selected the first dataset, encounter table, and the sheet name because of the Excel file. Now, if you can go here, if you can open this, there is something called preview data. If you can select something called preview data. Preview data means whether I'm reading the data file correctly, that you can see here. Yeah, this is the data. But unfortunately, you see, right, the column names has come as a first row, which is wrong. Which is wrong. And that's why I told you this option is really important. First row as header, right? You have to select this. Now, if you go ahead and see your preview data, you'll be able to see the it's loading. Okay. Yeah, now you see this has come as a column name. So properly you need to select the first row as header. Okay, now this is done, right? Let's go for data flow. For this data flow, it is the step, data flow is actually the way we will do the data cleaning. So I will name with encounter df. This is specifically with respect to encounter. Okay, now what I will do, I will go to data preview. I'll go to data preview. If I want to see the data preview, means I can do some transformations here. If you see the plus mark here, you can do a join, you can do a split, you can see a union, lookup, derived column, some selections, some aggregations, pivot, unpivot, everything you can do here. Whatever the transformations you do here, all these are called transformations. You can add additional columns, you can select additional columns, you can do whatever you want. For that, you should have a switch on the debug mode. If you switch on the debug mode, you can test it then and there. During a development phase, usually always this debug mode will be switched on so that you can simply go and see what is happening in the backend. So let's switch on the debug mode. This will be switched on only during the practice purpose. Let's switch on that. It will take some time.
Yeah, Santoshji, I think we did not bring the on-prem data
We'll
SQL
bring. That is why wantedly I've kept here. This is a patient data is there, right? This patient data wantedly I've kept it in the on-prem. Okay, so that you will get a clarity of how to move the data from on-prem to cloud also, you will get it. So wantedly I've kept here. So this one I will bring it. Let's say first we will do this, then we'll bring it. Okay. Are you all understanding? The guys who are all listening for the first time services, first time data engineering, first time, is it all clear?
Yes, Santosh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Let's wait for the debug mode to switch on. When I say debug mode is switched on, there will be some processor will work in the background, which will give us the results then and there. Whatever we do, it will give you then and there. There was a session that I conducted in 2021. Okay, 2021. I still remember it was during that COVID time. Like this, we organized a workshop. Okay, by the time the debug mode is on, I can complete the story. So I was like taking 2021 one session. You'll not believe, I started in the morning 8 o'clock. Okay, the session workshop timings, and I was doing a project, and all the students were also really interested in the class. The entire project, it lasted till 4:30 in the evening time. 4:30. 8 o'clock I started. 8 o'clock I started. 4:30 in the evening. Continuously 8 hours. Non-stop I had spoke. I didn't even give break. Okay, even I gave break. I gave for break for the students to go and have breakfast and lunch. But in the break time also, a lot of guys were asking me questions. Continuously speaking. Literally 8 hours. 8 hours, even without a small break, I was in the class. So that's a record. So I don't think that we will break it, because from here it is simple. Okay, from here it is simple. Whatever we do, and wantedly I've taken very basic transformation so that you can complete one project. Okay, so the biggest challenge will be to move the on-prem data. One on-prem data is there, right? This will be the biggest challenge, but that we will figure it out. But apart from that, it's easy. So it will not take I mean, maximum another 1.5 hours we will be able to complete. But just wanted to tell you that a session which
Yeah,
lasted for
it's
8
Debugs,
hours.
sir.
Sorry, you are there? Something you're saying, I don't know. Okay, now the debug mode is switched on, right? Now this data which I've got, encounter data bronze, I can go and see a data preview, how it looks like. How it looks like. Okay, now let's see what is this data is all about. Sitting in the class for 3 hours is difficult, or speaking in the class for 3 hours is difficult?
Speaking in the class.
Speaking class.
Someone is saying sitting in class is difficult. Is it?
No.
No.
3 hours is
Yeah.
difficult.
So
Taking
please,
class is difficult.
yeah. So please understand what is happening in the background and sit in the class. Okay. Now there is some error here. The reason why it came error, because initially I did not select the column header, right? Yeah, column header. So it has taken null, and again after selecting it, it has taken. So in order to fix this, I'll go to projection. I'll go to projection and I'll do a import projection. Import projection means it will import the column names from the data set. Import projection means it will import the column names. Initially I did without headers, and then I did with headers, right? So null it came, and without null also it came. So that one it came. So now I'll fix this. Yeah, now it's correct. Now I'll go to data preview. Now I will refresh it. You can see the 6 columns has come as a data here. Okay, let's see. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we have this part. This is a encounter ID, encounter patient, and encounter visit provider ID completed, and encounter date and encounter due. Okay, now let's see here in this data we have encounter ID, encounter patient ID, visit ID, all of this is right? All are good. Okay, that means here I don't see any problem. I don't need any other columns also. So this data set looks good. This data set looks good. The only one thing which I can do here is in this data set, let's analyze only for completed transactions. For example, if you see here in the encounter table, there are some, see in the encounter table, if you see, right, totally there are 15,000 encounters. 15,000 encounters. Okay, that means 15,000 visits. In that, if you see, there is something called completed. This is completed. Okay, sorry, this is cancelled, and this is completed. Okay, but here there is some spelling mistake. Okay, there is some spelling mistakes. Okay, so completed is a spelling mistake is there. Now let's say I have to fix this. Okay, now what I will do is I will have to go here. See, this completed spelling is wrong. It's a spelling mistake. This is a one correction I should make for this data set. Okay, I repeat one more time. This is the one correction I need to make because of the completed spelling mistake is there. I don't know why these guys have given two different names here. If you see here, one is completed, which is correct?
Third one is correct.
Third one is correct. Yeah. Third one is correct, right? So what I will do, I will go here in this plus mark, because this is only viewing purpose. I am just selecting the source. Now in the plus mark, I will go here. I will go and give one derived column. So this is an activity name. You see the source one, which is activity name. This is a derived one, which is the activity name. So what I will do, I will say that typo correction. Now I will have to give the, which is a column. The column is encounter status. So I will give encounter status. I'll give new column underscore n. I will go to expression. And here you can write all the functions. These are all functions which is directly available. So I will use replace. Which column I need to replace? I need to replace encounter status. Substring to find. What is the spelling? This is a spelling. Completed. And I should be correcting with completed. Correct? So this one I need to complete this. Okay, now if I go and do a save and finish, this 6 columns has become 7 columns. This 6 columns has become 7 columns where I have changed this word. And if you really want to know whether it is complete, it is changed or not, on this you go and click a data preview. So you will be able to see. So I created a new column with the corrected spelling. It's not changed. Yeah, it's changed here. Yeah, this was the original column. Now this is a new column. Okay, new column. So what I will do now, it's corrected, right? It's corrected. Now what I will do, from 6 columns I went to 7 columns. Now this column is not required now. The old value is not required, right? The old column is not required because this one I've corrected here. So not required. So what I will do, I will go and click one more plus. Now I will go and click select columns. In the select columns, I don't want the second column. This is employee status. What is this? Encounter status. I will delete this. And the new column which I've added, right, that I will drag it in the front. Now, encounter status n was there, right? Now I will change it to original name. So this name, typo corrections column, I've changed it as this. Now I'll go to data preview. Now you can see It was 6 columns. It becomes 7 columns. Now again I removed the original one and I it inserted my one. So if I go and give a data preview, you will get it. Now the assignment for you is, I created a new column, right? I created a new column. Now I want you to test, is it possible to update on the same column? That I want you to check. I have created a new column, then I have updated it, then I have renamed to the original column, I dropped the original column, so my column is present here. But in your case, I want you to test it. Is it possible to update same column in the ADF activity? I want you to check this. Will you do this?
Yes.
Yes, Santosh.
Okay, now I have read the data. I have added a derived column, encounter status n. I have replaced it. Now I went here, all good. Now finally, this is like a train start. This is like a train start. Now I need to end the train. That means if I go and try to publish, right, it will throw error. It will tell that there is no sync added. No sync added means I have not completed this step now. So I will have to go and click this plus, and I have to go and click the sync. Sync means last step where you have to go and push the data. So I'll click the sync. I'll click the sync. Now in the sync, you should add all these details. Now for the sync, I also should add a temporary data set. Again, I'm telling you, you're cooking the food in kitchen. In the kitchen only, you will not eat in the directly in the vessel. You will have to transfer to the table plate. Then you have to bring it to the hall. Similarly, now this data has to be put into one temporary data set. Which temporary data set? I will go and click new. I will go and click new. I will go and click data lake gen 2 because after cleaning, I have picked this table. I have done some data cleaning. Completed. I changed the spelling. Now I have to push this to silver layer. Now I need to push it to silver layer. Okay. So what I will do? I will go here. I'll go here. I will click this gen 2. And in silver layer, right, everything I'll try to maintain the same format, because here it is mixed up. One is Excel, one is CSV, one is JSON, right? So in the real time, in the silver layer, we'll try to maintain the same format, so that anyone today, if anyone wants to work on the same project, I would always prefer them to pick from the silver layer, because in silver layer, Santosh has already cleaned it and kept it. So you can use it. You need not go and change the completed to spelling mistakes, typo mistakes. You need not do. I have already done that and I put it in the silver layer. So I encourage all my team members to go and pick it from the silver layer. So that's a transformation I'm going to do. So I have picked here and I will have to go and store it in the silver layer. In the silver layer, nothing is there. So what I will do, I'll put it in the CSV format and the name I will give is encounter data underscore yes. What is that underscore yes?
Silver.
Silver. Already the link service is present. Already the first row as header is present. Let me go here. Let me go and click this. Let me go and click this. Let me put it in the silver layer and let me put it here. And the name also, what is the name? The name is given as in the bronze. What is the name? Encounter table, right? I will give the same name, encounter table. I'll give underscore yes and I'll give CSV. So I'll try to maintain the same file format. Okay, I'll try to give the same file format. Now I will go and click OK. Now I'll go and click OK. Maybe what we can do is we can skip here. We can go here first. Okay, now I'll tell you in the settings tab, there is a file name option. You click this, go to pattern. Here you give the file name. This file name will come in the silver. Okay, and if this file is very big, it will come as a partitions, like this file 001, 002, 003, those type of partition files will come. In order to get the data into a single file, you have to go to optimize and you have to use a single partition. If I do a single partition, the cleaned data in the silver layer, it will come in only one. It will come in only one file. So two things I have to do. One is after putting into a silver layer, I have to give the name. For naming, you can give the name as file name as a column name, or file name as a column data, or output as a single file, or per partition pattern. I want pattern, and this is a name I want to give, employee table silver. This is the only change, and in the optimize, make it a single partition. Now I will publish it. So I've changed as a bronze, I've changed as silver. In order to move the data from the bronze to silver, this is a temporary data set in the bronze, this is a temporary data set in the silver. From bronze to silver, I have to do some transformations. That is nothing but encounter df. Df is a data flow, which the only transformation what we have done was change the completed spelling. Now I'll go and publish it. Now I'll go and publish it. Now, after publishing, one more thing I want to tell is this encounter data flow, I need to run it. I need to run it. Okay. So what I will do, already I've created one pipeline called raw to bronze. Already I've created one pipeline called raw to bronze. I will create one more pipeline. I will create one more pipeline. This pipeline will be bronze to silver underscore PL. Okay. In this, I will not do any copy data. It was not a simple copy. It is some transformation has happened. Which transformation has happened? Data flow. In the data flow, what data flow I have added? Encounter df. Now I will go and publish it. So this is a data flow. In order to execute that, I have to put it in the pipeline. You can execute only in the pipeline. That is what I have done. Is this clear? Are we good? Yes?
Santosh?
Yeah.
Santosh?
Yeah.
I'm Suresh.
Yeah, tell me.
I had one doubt. Yeah. In Power BI for transformation, we have Power Query editor. So coming to cloud services, we have data flows here. So is there any column profile in Azure Data Factory? Because in Power Query editor, we will show how much the column profile, how many errors we have in the particular column. Like that, we can identify the column quality. So here, is there any like that? Because
See, when
in
you're
Power Query editor also, we can see the applied steps. What are the steps you have recently have done? Like that.
see
Is there
what
any options in here?
whatever you are saying, a column profiling is still available here. It is still available if you go to a Power Query. So in the Power Query, right, your Power Query is a newer version they have introduced here, which is a replica of your Power BI's Power Query. Here you can see the column profile. But if you see the data flow is an older version. So in the older version, column profiling means you have to go and manually check what is account, what is like what type of values, what is the data type. But transformation part we can do here. If you want to do a column profiling, it is still possible. It is possible, but it is not straightforward like your Power BI. It is possible. Okay, so we'll see that. If you have a time, we will see that. Now we have this data flow, right? In order to execute this data flow, I have to put it in one pipeline. That pipeline I have put it bronze to silver. I have called the data flow. In the data flow, I have called this encounter df. So shall we go and execute now? I will show you one more time. This encounter table, it is in Excel format. I have read the data here. Now I have to go and put it in the silver layer. Silver layer, nothing is there. So let me go and run the pipeline now. This pipeline only I will run. Add trigger, trigger now. So just observe carefully. Whenever this pipeline is executed, the file should come to the silver layer with the cleaned data. The completed spelling will be corrected. Depending on the transformation that I have done in the data flow, the snow list will be there. It will take 20 seconds. It can even take 2 minutes. It can even take 20 minutes. What type of transformations? But in our case, we have done only derived column, change the spelling. So it should happen faster.
Sir, I have one question.
Mm.
Sir, whatever the step-by-step it appears to similar to that of Power Automate. So here also do we have that parallel branching, error handling? So if there is any
Yeah, everything we have. Everything we have.
concurrency and
Yes,
everything.
yes, yes. Everything we have. We'll not be able to cover all of that, but it is possible to do. Error handling, how it can run, parallel running, sequential running, everything we can do here.
Optimization and storing into different data sources.
Yes, yes.
And also I see the trigger point, it is also similar to the Power Automate. So you can have event-based trigger. So you all have all the features. Right?
Yes, we have. So that this entire project, if I want to do with the error handling with the complete details, right, it will take almost 6 months. At 6 months, we will be able to complete everything in from scratch. So that we will do everything. In if a pipeline fails, how it should be tracked. You will also get an email notification if a pipeline fails. Those type of validations, everything we can do.
And trigger like a VDF with Azure functions if it's possible.
Yeah, we will be able to do that with Azure Functions and Azure Logic Apps also. So as I said, right, we are learning only 4 services here, but in our regular sessions, we'll be learning about 12 services. In the 12 services, I'll be telling how it can and they had the error handling, how to store their passwords, how you can automate it, right? And what is Databricks can do. Here ADF we are doing trans processing, right? Similarly, there is another service called Data Factory. So Data Factory also we can do processing. All of this will be covering.
Data Factory or Databricks?
Databricks. Data Factory and Databricks, two are used for processing, I'm saying.
Okay.
So this is Data Factory. One more service is there called Databricks. That also is for processing. Whatever you do it here, right? You can also do it in the one more service called Azure Databricks.
But it's more for A and ML.
It involves a lot of Python coding, PySpark coding. Okay. This whatever you did right now, completed. You did not write any coding. You simply go and use the existing function. But here you have to write some coding.
Coding. Okay. So can you give me one line definition? Like what is the difference between Databricks and Synapse?
I'll tell you. Okay, you can ask this question towards the end. I'll tell you.
Okay.
So we'll have a question and answer session as well. So we can. Why it's taking a lot of, I think it has 15,000 records, right? How many records are there? Encounter table.
50,000.
Some filter I've applied. Okay, 15,000 I think, no? 15,000.
150,000.
Oh, 150,000. Oh my God. That's why it's taking time. Okay, not a problem. Meanwhile, I'll come to the next case. Okay, so this one is done, right? Okay, it's run successfully. Thank you. So now if I go and see succeeded, I will go and see the watch symbol. It's not showing. Okay, rows written 150k. Okay, so rows written is 150k. Now if I go and show here in the silver layer, see encounter table has come here. Now if someone is actually working in my project, I will prefer them not to use this. Hey, don't go and use this data. This has some corrections. I have corrected it and I've kept it in the silver layer. Now you go and read this for your processing. Okay, so silver layer is done. Now next we'll go immediately to the next one. Next one, this is done, right? Now I'll create one more new data set. Now again, this encounter is done. Now I have to do for encounter dx. So I'll go here. I'll pick from the bronze layer. I'll what is the format in the bronze layer? Encounter dx. The second table, it is CSV file. So go to CSV file. Name of this encounter dx b. Bronze data I'm reading. Link service is already there. Copy it. Apollo datasets. Go to bronze. Read the encounter dx and go and click OK. This transfer data flow name also I will create encounter dx df data flow. Now I have read this. Now I'll go and see the data preview. In case if you feel like the column names are not coming correctly, right, you can always go and do import projection. If you do import projection, this names will be captured properly. So this is fine. Let me go to data preview and I see here. The good thing is this does not require any data cleaning because only 3 columns. So wantedly I've picked one data you should have some transformations, one data should not have transformation I picked. So this does not have any transformations, all good. So directly I'll go and put it in the sink. If really required, we can do some transformations like changing the name. Okay, dx line, like dx category, we can do the change. For example, let's say I want to change this name now. Go to select, three columns I've selected. I don't want dx name, instead I want dx category. Okay, we can change it. We can do some changes and we can do it. So it depends what type of transformations you want to do, you can do it. So wantedly I've picked one easy, one tough, so that we can cover the complete project. Okay, so this does not need any transformations as such. Directly I'll go here, go to sync. I have to put it in the silver layer. For silver layer, I have not created encounter dxc. Yes, I will create in the runtime only. Here only I will create. Put it in the data lake gen storage gen 2. Put it in the CSV file format, because in my silver layer I've told that I'll be maintaining the same file formats. Put it in this. So the name I'll give is encounter dx, yes, silver, from bronze to silver. Now I'll go to link service, use this, go to file path, Apollo datasets, put it in the silver layer. Put it in the silver layer. Here only one table is there, right? Now I'll click OK. Now I'll come back here, go to settings, file name option, default, pattern should be selected, and the same file name I will give encounter. What is the file name here? Same file name, but instead of yes, I'll give silver. Okay, then I'll go and publish it. So what this will do, it will take this data set, temporary data set, it will take from the bronze data, it will do the data transformations and it will put it in the silver layer. Now I'll publish it. Okay, now these two data sets, each one is individually running. This is individual data cleaning. Okay, now what I will do, for this data flow also, I need to create a pipeline to execute. No need to create another pipeline. Because this whatever I'm doing is from bronze to silver only. Go here, already you added one data flow, you add one more data flow, and in the data flow you can go and select the second data flow, not this one, because already the up one, which was this was encounter dx. Now I'll publish it. Now if I run this pipeline, both will run parallelly. Your data flow 1 also will start, data flow 2 also will start. By chance, in case, in future, if you have a dependent data flows, that means first one should run, second one after that it should run, means you can see a green button here. On success, you can just push it to here. So here what will happen? In the pipeline bronze to silver, your second data flow will execute only if the first data flow is executed. This will happen. Okay, at this point of time, this is not required now. But if you want, you can create sequential run also, parallel run also. This is called parallel run. Both the data flows will run together if I run this pipeline. If I run this pipeline now, both will run together. Okay, so this is the encounter df. Now quickly I'll go and create one more. What's the next one? Encounter is done. This is one. Location is there. So location in the bronze data. Now this requires a bit of okay, location is also fine. I think providers will require some efforts because it has a JSON format. So let's pull the providers only. Providers means doctors. So providers DF. So if you see, it does look like a JSON. What do you mean by JSON? It's a different file format. How it looks like a JSON? It looks like this. See, this is a JSON data. How to process this? How to process this? This is a JSON data. It comes in the key value pair. But I cannot go and write a query on this. I have to convert this JSON into a table format. So this is a doctor ID, doctor name, location, what specification. Like this, we have a JSON data for all the 50 doctors. It is showing 300 rows. How can I process this? How can I process this? So this file has to be processed. So I don't want my other team members to go and write a logic for this. I will convert this into table format. I will store it in the silver layer in the CSV file format so that anyone can access a CLC file format. That's my goal here. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll go here. I'll read this product. I'll read this provider.json. So I'll go here, provider.df. Now I'll have to go to source setting. I'll have to create new dataset because I don't have the temporary dataset. I'll have to create one. Go to data lake gen 2. This time no CSV, no Excel. It should be JSON. This is an input. I'm trying to give the input. So it should be JSON. Go here. I will simply say provider underscore B. Link service already there. Now go to the path. Apollo datasets. Bronze layer. Provider.json. Now click here. Click OK. Now successfully I've read the data. Now if I go and show you the data preview, should throw error. See, it's throwing error because it is not proper. It will not come in the table format. Here is the data here. This is the data. So how will I get in the table format if I go and see a preview? It will not work. So I have to do some changes. Go to the source setting. I don't see any option here. Go to the source option. Yeah, here it is. There's some JSON setting. I would like to get that into the array of documents. Okay. So if I put array of documents, it will become like a row by row. So let's see what happens in single document. You can select this and you can immediately go to a data preview and check it. Okay, that's the advantage here. That is why I told you debug mode, if it is on, you can test it then and there. No need to put it in the pipeline and run it. See, if I put a single document, this is not coming correctly. Okay, this is not coming correctly. So it's not proper here. See, it's coming still as a row by row. So I will go here. I will make it as array of documents. Now I'll go and show the data preview. Still not working. Let's try to import projection. This is a one change which you have to make. Data preview, refresh. What is there here? It is showing sheet. It should capture directly, but let's wait and watch. Everything is correct. It's not happening. Let me open this one more time. Provider.json schema. This is also there. All good, all good, all good.
I think you need to add one transformation.
Let me try that. There is one thing called flatten. Let me try that. Sheet 1, data preview, refresh. Yeah, perfect. Now it's coming. So this is the original data, JSON data. There is something called flatten. That means it will go one step down. See, this is the data we had. This is the data we had. This data which is coming with the hierarchy is not able to process here. And it is not at all even in the read preview, it's not coming correctly. If it is there in the bronze layer, and you guys will also struggle, my teammates, my other teammates. So what I will do, I will convert that into a structural form and I'll store it in the silver layer. So there's another activity called flatten. Flatten means it will go one step down. Okay, it will go one step down. So if you go one step down, I am able to see this. Now what I will do, I will simply go and put it in the sink. So this is a final. This doesn't need any corrections. Okay, you have a provider ID, provider location, provider name, provider specification, all good. My only work was to convert from JSON to table format. So I'll put here, I'll put it in the sink. For the sink, I need to create one data set. I will go here, I'll put it into the data lake gen 2 and I'll continue and I'll put it in the CSV file format. I don't want to JSON. From JSON only I'm reading, but I have to put it in CSV. Continue. And the name I'll give is provider underscore yes, and I'll select this and I will give here Apollo dataset, and then we will put it in the silver layer. Click OK. Okay, click OK. Now I will have to go to settings, pattern. What is the name? Provider.json, provider underscore yes dot CSV. This is a name. Then I'll publish it. So it's saying some error. What is it? Column names have a complex structure which can be overwritten. Single partition, data preview, transformation is invalid. The following columns have a complex structure which can be only written to a snowflake RESTful. Sheet 1. There is a problem with sheet 1. Under sheet 1 it is showing the data, but this has to be removed. What we can do? Maybe I can go with some select columns in between. Select columns. Okay, I need to create a structure for this. Let me create it. So this is my provider ID. See, actually the problem is here in this case, right? It's coming as like this. If you see here, right? This is actual data, but before that there is one row. So structure is getting changed. So let me create a structure and see. So this is one. I'll create one more. This one will be.
Santos, can we create a second row as a column header activity?
That is not possible. First row as header is there, but second row is not there. So let's create manually this one. Location.
Why can't we skip a row?
Skip a row can be done in the starting, but not in between. Okay, in between we cannot do. We can do it in Power Query, the other type of transformation, but here it is not possible. So let's only 4 columns, right? So I will do like this. I think already that's all we have. I think provider name. Yeah. So this one we don't have. Now let me go and show the data preview once. Now it should work. Good that we got error. We at least got to know what was happening. So I can now it's fine. Now we don't have any column. Now if I put it in sync, all good. Settings name I've given. Now I should be able to get it. I should not get any error. Okay, this we have used 4 steps now. Okay, so this we have used 4 steps. So let me go and okay, perfect. Now let's go and publish it. Publish is always required to save it. Now this providers df I need to run. I no need to create in a separate pipeline. In the same pipeline, let it be a parallel data flow, and I'll create providers. Okay, perfect. So 3 files is done. Encounter dx, providers. So another 3, right? Very easy. We haven't not given any transformations. So quickly I will do. Okay. So let me go here. One more data flow.
One doubt, Santosh.
Yeah, tell me.
Even we have converted the JSON to flattened transformation, right? By using the transformation. So even in the source options, do we have to change the JSON to some other format? Do we need to give that option in the source
Source is not
options?
required. Source is not required. While reading only, I read it right like this, right? For example, I've created a new data set from the bronze layer, right? While creating only what I did, I selected JSON only. Right? So from the source you're reading as a JSON, while writing it back I'm writing as CSV. So in source nothing to do, because this is a client dumped data. Which is there in the bronze, right? It's a client dump data. I cannot go and ask my client to send it back in CSV. Not needed. I will have to do it. So I will convert this and I will put it in the silver layer. So in the silver layer it will come as a CSV, and in the source layer no need to change. You can give as a JSON only. Okay, so now we will be working with next data. What is the next data? Next is a PCP data. So let me go and get a PCP. PCP, what format it is? CSV file format. So CSV continue PCP, huh? So PCP underscore yes. Sorry.
It's a B, right?
Yeah, it's B. I just checked you guys are active or not. You guys are active, so it's B. So I'll select this and I'll go to file path Apollo datasets from the bronze and PCP table. First row as header. Okay. Then I'll go and see the data preview once. Okay, perfect. Now I'll put it in the, this does not require any transformations, only 2 columns. I'll directly put it in the silver. Okay, directly put it in the silver. Go and create one new data set for that. Go and put it in the Azure Data Lake Gen 2 CSV file. And this one, you call it as PCP. Yes, silver layer. Go to this link service. Go to this file path. Go to the Apollo Hospital datasets. Go to silver. And put it here. Click OK. Another 2 data sets only, we can finish it faster. So we will put it here. Okay, so now I'll have to go and change the settings. File name pattern PCP PCP underscore yes dot CSV. Now I'll publish this. The moment I change this, I forgot to change the name of Dataflow. That's fine. I will go and change it here now. 3 dots, rename PCP underscore DF. So my naming conventions will be like this only. Okay, silver, bronze, I can give like this. So this is fine, perfect. Now I need to execute this PCP means who will execute it? I cannot create a new pipeline. In the same pipeline only, I will go and create one more data flow. In this data flow, I will call this data flow. Okay, I'll call this data flow. So all good. Now I'll publish it. So this is fine. Since I renamed it, right? It's showing orange color. Renamed. Okay, fine. Now we have done with 1, we have done with 2, we have done with 3, we have done with 4. So pregnancy diagnosis, it's just one column. All the diagnosis it's showing which is pregnancy diagnosis. So I'll go here. I'll create a new data flow for that. New data flow. Pregnancy data flow. I'll create one data set. New from Gen 2. What format it is? CSV file format. CSV file format. Pregnancy. Pregnancy bronze. Pregnancy diagnosis, it's there. I'll give it as pregnancy. Let's keep it as at least pregnancy data. So pregnancy data bronze, link service. I'll go to path, select it from the silver layer. Put it into this.
Bronze layer.
Oh, sorry.
Bronze.
Yeah. Bronze layer. Bronze layer, then select the pregnancy disease. Then click OK. Then I'll go to we'll see data preview. Do you have any corrections to this? So why I'm creating all the silver layer means any transformations from silver, bronze to silver, you can do it here only. So this does not need any transformations. But one thing what I feel is you can add one code at least. Okay, at least one surrogate key or some code I can add. So I'll try to add that. I'll add one surrogate key. Okay, and I'll create one ICD ID. So it can start with 1 and let's go with a step by 1. So if I go to data preview, one column will become 2. This is basically, this does not have any ID, right? So that's why I've created one ID. Not mandatory, okay? But in this case, it's not mandatory. But in case in future, if you want to do this type of things, you can add it. This see, very plain it looks. Very ID looks. For that, I'm giving one ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm giving here. That's all. Okay. So nothing much to do with this. If you want to change the order, you cannot do it here. You have to go with one more, select query, that is selecting the columns, interchanges, ID and code. Now you go and see here, it will come. So this one had nothing. This one I added one column, that I'll bring it in the right side and you will see that ID and code. Now see ID and code. Now I'll put it in the table, put it in the sink. The sink for that I need to create one temporary data set. Go to new, data lake Gen 2, put it in the CSV file format. And PCP underscore pregnancy data underscore yes. Okay, then put it in the link service, go here, put it in the silver layer, click OK, go to settings, file name. Default means I'll show you what happens. Okay, I'll give default only for this. Let's see what happens. So let me go and publish this, and I have not changed this. Optimize also. I did not change. This also I did not change. Wantedly I'm doing this. Okay, let's see what happens. Now pregnancy is also done. Now let me go to pipeline, add one more data flow. In this data flow, pregnancy data flow. Fine. So what we have done, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last one is location table. It's very easy. So see, initially when we started the class, nothing was there. Now see how many data sets and how many data flows. We have total 12 data sets. We have total 5 data flows and 2 pipelines. In my original project, what I was working on Friday, the pipeline count was 17. The data set was 147 and data flows was 68. This is how your project will be. More and more transformations, more and more data sets, more and more pipelines, everything will be there. So in today's session, we have sticked on to this logic. Now one more data flow I'll create. Pregnancy encounter PCP provider, and I'll create one more which is called location DF. And for the location DF, I need to add a source. You can first create a data set and then add it here. If you already created a data set, it will show here. Okay, it will. If not, you can create directly here. Go here, go to Gen 2, continue. What is in the format? Location CSV file, right? Select the CSV file, continue. Location underscore B, link service, select this, go to Apollo datasets, put it in the, so this is source, right? So from bronze, go with the location, and now I'll go to OK. Now what I will do, I'll go to this. I don't think there is requires any transformations because I've kept few simple and few complex ones. Okay, this looks perfect. This original locations were there, but I have hidden from you. One problem we have here. Duplicates are there. 3 location MD. Let me open in the Excel only. Duplicates are there. Location. Yeah, see here. This is duplicate. Okay, the one of the easiest way to remove the duplicates is by taking group by. Okay, let's take the group by. Here if you see, location ID, we have 13 rows. In that 3 records are duplicates. So what I'll do, I'll go to click this plus mark. There is something called aggregate. Let's aggregate, and I'll take group by this column, group by this column, group by this column, and aggregations. I'll take one ID and I'll say count of loc ID. So I'll know how many duplicates are there. So this one I'll say it as count. Okay, this one I'll say count. Now I will go here. Now you see in this there were 13 rows, right? So here what I've done, I've just grouped by 3 columns. and I've taken the aggregate, that is I'm trying to find the count. Count means I will get to know which record is having duplicates. I'll get to know. So I'll go here, data preview. See here. Now I'm getting 10 records only. Here I'm getting 13 records with the duplicates like 3, 4, 5. Here since I am grouping by, if I group only, you will get unique records, but you will get a count. See, ID number 3 is being repeated 2 times, ID number 4 is repeated 2 times, ID number 5 is repeated 2 times. But I don't care. I don't want this column. I will simply ignore it. Since I've already grouped, duplicate is removed. After grouping only, it is giving 2 count. After grouping only it is giving 2 count. After grouping only it is giving 2 count. So from 13 records it has become 10 unique records. Now I'll go here. I'll select the column. I don't want this count at all. So I will delete it. Now 3. Now let's go and see data preview. You will not have duplicates. See, no duplicates. How it was? Initially, it was having duplicates like this. Okay, now I'll put it in the sync. Now I'll put it in the new data lake gen 2. I'm going a bit fast. All this is because you have known this. While you're seeing for the second time, you can put it in a 1x speed less and then you can watch. Okay, so I can put CSV file. This is location underscore yes link service. Go here, go to Apollo Hospital, go to this is what sync, right? So it should be silver. Put it here, click OK. Now click OK. Yeah, now I'll go to settings. I'll go to file pattern option and I'll give location. What is the name of the table? Location table underscore yes CSV. Now I'll publish it. Now successfully I have created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I'll add that in the pipeline. You give a proper name to this pipelines and all. Okay, if you tell the data flow, right? Data flow means here you can give name what data flow it is. Inside that I'll be calling that, but you can say it's an encounter DX and all. You do that. So I'll do one more data flow here. This is pregnancy. This is PCP. This is provider. This is encounter. This is encounter DX. Okay. So one more I need to add, which is going to be location. Okay, publish it. Now whenever I was doing a testing, right, I did only for one test. If you see example encounter data, I created it and I run it and I'd shown you. So in silver layer you will be able to see only one. Rest of the things I did not run. I just kept on adding to this layer. What we will do now, we will run the entire pipeline. In the next 5 minutes you'll see all the data what you have seen in the bronze. Here bronze, you can see all these files pushing to silver. As of now only one was there, but this pipeline will completely take care of everything. Now I will go and keep trigger now. Observe carefully, everything will run parallelly. Because I've given parallel, that means I've not given any connection. If you can go and see here, all the data flows inside this pipeline is running parallelly. So in the next 5 minutes, whichever is running first, we can go and see it. But all 5 will push the data into silver layer. But most importantly, for encounter, I have changed the completed name. For location, I was able to remove the duplicates. And for one more thing, there was JSON. For JSON, we have converted into another type of format. And all of this we have done. So going forward, everyone will refer the silver layer. Silver layer is the what layer? Transformations, cleaning, missing values, duplicates, all of this I'll be doing. So that will be the silver layer. Okay, so by the time it completes, it will take 5-6 minutes. So any doubts?
Yeah, Santosh, for the first data flow, we have already ran, right? So
Rewrite,
when you done
overwrite.
complete one, can we ignore it?
It will overwrite it. It will overwrite
so
it.
Can
File,
we exclude
right?
that?
See, we can exclude it.
Can we exclude that?
We can exclude
okay.
it, but usually we will not, because in future, right, if new file comes, it has to be overwritten only.
Okay.
So it should be there always. Even though it is running, it should always be there.
Right.
So in Dataflow, in Dataflows, we're applying some SQL queries like group by, distinct, and here we are applying only on the preview, but in the real time, it will apply the SQL query on the whole data set, right? So there is no delegation limit.
There is no
Delegation limit, like there is no that certain limit only it can apply only to 1 lakh.
nothing like that. No limitations.
But here we can only see the preview, whatever you are applying.
Preview means you can see first 1000 records, first 100 records, but while it is getting transferred, it is pushing into a sink. It will go all the data sets in every row will go. So no need to worry about that.
So for example, you have the same like data flows when I'm putting in the pipeline. So if there is any pipeline which has same like service or same destination. So can I clone that pipeline? Is there any possibility like
We
that?
can clone it. Yes. Every pipeline, every activity, you can clone it. You will see an option. For example, right? If I see here, see, clone option is there. You can clone it and you can just change the inputs and outputs. Yeah.
It will reduce a lot of time.
It will reduce it, but here I did not want to bring more topics like clone, copy and all. I just wanted to show you a basic level pipeline. So that's why I've created everything from scratch.
Okay. So one more question. I work with one of the database called as Dataverse, which is I think you must know like Dataverse is like a fundamental data source
tell
for
me.
Power Platform. Say for example, have some queries to be performed. We generally use Power Automate for that one, but after seeing the ADF, right, it is far more advanced and it has no limitations, anything like that. So say for example, can I push this? Say for example, whatever the transformation I applied in the data flow, can I push to like a Dataverse data storage? Is there any option like
You
that?
need to check that. You need to check that while writing, right? What I did is, let me show you once again. Whenever I was writing right here, if you, okay, let me do that one more time. For example, if I'm creating a data set here, you need to check whether this data was available here or not. It's not there. If it is available here, then you can write it.
Or else you can do like copy the data to Excel, transform the ADF.
Yes, yeah. That
put the
Excel
ADF
also
to
may not
Excel.
be right approach. You can put it into a SQL server. From data versus SQL server. From SQL server, you can read here. Because your data versus not there, right? See, data.
No, it's not there. I think so.
It's there.
It is there. It is there.
But it is should come from this one only. CDS. There is a concept called common data service, right?
Both are same actually.
You can get it actually. Yeah, then you can push it. You have to check here. Any data source, if you are looking whether it is present or not, you have to check whether it is present here or not. If it is present, you will be able to do it.
And follow up to that question, say for example, if I don't have any data source, say for example, we have concept called as custom connectors. So do we have like any custom APIs that we can
customization is there, but we have to put a lot of efforts in creating the connections details. We have to create a custom data sets. It's there. Okay. So the pipeline has run successfully. Personally, I'm telling you, okay, from 8 o'clock, I've done this to see this all greens. This is what is satisfaction, right? Even in your project, when you go and do some pipelines, it feels so good to see this all green. Right? If you get some error, you will have to fix it. You'll see what is error. Of course, we got error. Couple of times we got, but the final pipeline, when you see this, all these pipelines has been moved to silver. Now let's go and see if the silver layer has all these files. Right? In the bronze layer, how many files was there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's see in the silver layer. So we have encounter, yes. Encounter dx, it's like 001, 002. Location 001. PSS 001. Provider is good. And there is a file which has come without naming. Wantedly, I did one mistake. Right? Wantedly, I did one mistake. That is why the file has come without the name. Okay. For other thing, for the encounter dx, I forgot to select. Forgot to select.
Single documentation.
Document.
Single partition. Okay. So let's fix this one by one. Encounter table is really good. So let's go for encounter table. So encounter silver. Encounter data flow. Encounter data flow. This is perfect because I've added the name. optimization, single partition. So this is correct. Encounter DX is what I did a mistake. So let's go for encounter DX. Name I have given, but optimization I did not select. So single partition I have to select. Next, location also I missed it. So let's go for location. Location name I have given, but I missed the single partition. See, optimizations it will give you faster, but I don't need fast. I want in a single file because it's a file formats. So this is fine. PCP also I missed it. You should have also at least remembered me, right? Single partition. Now, this one, success one, right? Which one I did not give the name? I think it's pregnancy. Huh? Yeah, pregnancy is what I missed the name. So let's go for pattern. Pregnancy. What is the file name in the bronze? Pregnancy diagnosis underscore yes dot csv and optimize current partition. Providers, is providers correct? Go to the silver layer. Yeah, provider is correct. Now what I will do, silver layer all I will delete and I will rerun. Okay, I'll rerun because some mistakes were there, success was there. It's all in, I'm in the development. I can delete how many times I want. I can add how many times I want. No one is to ask because it's the development. Now I've done some changes here. I have done some changes to this data flow, this data flow, this data flow, this data flow. Now I will go and run this. Now if I put this pipeline, automatically all the data flows will execute. Okay, so we have completed 80% of our project. Okay, so just 20% is pending, which will take another 20 minutes only. Now, is it clear till now? Everything is good? Yes?
Sir,
Okay.
here
Yes,
we have
Santos.
given any connections, right? So how it is running one after the other?
Which one is one running out? This is parallel, right? All will run parallelly. I have not put any connections. If I put one after the other like connections, like for example, this one, if I put here, then it is going to run one after the other. But I don't have that because all are individual data flows. One data flow is not dependent on another data flow's data cleaning. No, so I have not added. If I put this, then your one after the other will come. But now I have not put, right? So everything will run parallelly. But there is one more last step I will do. Listen carefully. These are all two individual pipelines. This is one pipeline. This is one pipeline. So what I will do, imagine this is like your room. Imagine this is like your hall. For overall, for your entire house, you will have only one main switch. That means I will prepare one more main pipeline. This pipeline I will call it as the Apollo pipeline. Apollo pipeline. This is a main pipeline. So in future, if I want to execute something, I will execute only Apollo pipeline. If I want to execute something, I will execute only Apollo pipeline. Now, in Apollo pipeline, what I will do, I will call this two pipelines. In Apollo pipeline, I will call these two pipelines. What I will do, in the general, we have something called execute pipeline. So I will go and give this execute pipeline. So in this first execute pipeline, I will go and select raw to bronze. And in this, I will have to go and select bronze to silver. Now, let me tell you one thing. Very, very crucial point. If the data is not present in the bronze, now no one can read the data from bronze and no one can put into silver. So, first step is before running this bronze to silver, raw to bronze should have run it. Only then you can run bronze to silver. Are you with me? So it is dependent. Here is where dependency comes into picture. So what I will do, simply I will go and send this to, that's all. So what will happen? Tomorrow if I run this Apollo pipeline will make sure that this raw to bronze is executed first, and then bronze to silver will be executed second. This is what happens. Okay, so shall we test it? Shall we test it? See, I am deleting everything in the bronze also. I'm deleting everything in the bronze also. Okay, now I will delete in everything in the silver also. Silver, everything is deleted. So ideally speaking, 9 o'clock when I started this project, right? 9:15 when I started, this is what it was. This is what it was. Nothing was there. Nothing was in the bronze. Nothing was in the silver. Now what I will do, I will simply go and run this pipeline. If I run this main pipeline, the main pipeline will first make sure raw to bronze is done, and then bronze to silver will be done. In the next 5 minutes, see how the data will be copied to both bronze as well as a silver. Okay, let's execute that. In case if I want to run something on a daily basis, if I want to daily run the pipeline, I will not run individually this one, I will not run individually this one. This is my main pipeline. Here, raw to bronze, bronze to silver. It is dependent. Why? Because before executing bronze to silver, I need to make sure bronze data should be there. For that, I need to run this. So let me run this trigger now. So I am running only the Apollo pipeline, main pipeline. This is the main pipeline. In this main pipeline, this pipeline is running. This is not running. See here. This is where is the sequential run. This ideally speaking, if it is a without connection, both will run together. It may fail, right? So that is why it will wait till this is executed. It will wait till executed. Only then this will start. See now, this is started. This is started. This is called sequential run. You need to decide where you have to run sequential, where you have to run parallel. You have to know that. Okay. So let's wait and watch. See now bronze to silver is running. Now if you go and see, right, in the bronze nothing was there, but it was a very easy copy. See, 1150, 1150, 1150, 1150. Just now it has copied. Now from this, in encounter we have a completed spelling mistake, and this was in the JSON file. In this I have added an ID. In this location I have removed the duplicates. In encounter DX I did some transformations like this. All the transformations will be done and will be pushed into silver. Silver nothing is there because it is still running. Okay, so this is all about our files. Now only one thing is pending now. Only one thing is pending. That is only one data set that is pending is my on-premises, this one. Now this one I have to bring. This is called patient data. This is called patient data. Now this patient data I have to bring it to my cloud now. Now in this use case, in this today's project, I wantedly have added this because most of you, when you become a data engineer, you will be able to get this opportunity in the companies also. This is called migration project. You're migrating from on-prem to cloud. This is your on-prem. You will be migrating to cloud. Now, how to move this? Yes, any questions? Are we good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Now,
Santos, one question only. The sequential and parallel pipelines are decided by the client, or
you have to decide.
As a data engineer, we need to
you have to decide which one has to run first, which one has to second run. You have to decide. You are the developer here.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the final step is I have to push one on-prem to cloud.
Sorry.
Okay.
I have a doubt, Santosh.
Yeah.
So where in the encounter table we have a all the unique data is there, right? So do we have to give any precise ID for that
ID is
table?
already there, right?
So no, as we are running the multiple times, so
no, this is not. I am not generating this. Already it is there in encounter table. This ID is already there. I am not generating any ID. Right?
No, you are not generating.
I am not generating. This is already there in the data set. I am doing only for this one. Which one? That pregnancy was there, right? Pregnancy code. This one I added one code. That I'm always starting with one only. Even if I'm rewriting, it will always start with one. Those things and all you can ignore. It will not create any challenges. For this one I added one ID, automatic ID. But automatic ID, every time it will run, it will always start from one only.
Yeah, that's fair enough. One thing is we did only initial load. When we done the incremental loading, at the time how we have to identify whether all data is there or not, whether the
See,
previous data is missing.
usually for the incremental load also, when it is a file to file, we always overwrite it. Okay, we always overwrite it. For example, if I open this Excel, right, in this, let's say this guy has some changes. Let's say this record is changed. Now it is very difficult to go and figure out in this particular cell, in this particular Excel, which file, which record has changed. Right, it is very hard. So usually in the real time also, whenever we are moving from file to file, it will be always overwrite. So doesn't matter if there are new records added, old records have changed, every time you will overwrite it. Your incremental load comes into picture when you're moving the data from your on premises. That we will see in the later part, but at this point of time, file to file, the best option is always overwrite, because I need to see what value has changed. To figure out, I need to read all this. Then I have to see what it is. Right? It's very hard. Right? It's very hard. Better I will replace it. Better I will replace
Santosh,
it.
For this scenario only they are bringing CDC, change data capture.
Yeah, maybe, yes. But CDC is still not applicable for files.
Yeah, that is there in R&D. So instead of over copy actually. So whatever changes if you want to see, you can go to
That
CDC.
is what I'm saying.
CDC,
CDC, it's still a problem with files, I'm saying. Even though they are coming with a
correct.
new concept, file level, we cannot go and change. What is changed here, what is changed? I cannot go and check cell by cell. So at this point of time, overwrite is a right option. Okay, CDC, we will still do it, but we will still do it if there is coming from a database. Okay, now, okay, let's go with the last step and then I'll answer all of your questions. So all is done. Now only one thing is pending is I have to move the data from my on premises. Okay, for that I'll create one pipeline because it's a simple copy. It's a simple copy. I need to copy this data, right? I need to copy this data. So what I will do, I will go here. I'll go to one pipeline. This pipeline, I will simply give it as on-prem to cloud and I'll put PL. Okay, now in this on-prem to PL, I will go with copy activity. I'll go with copy activity. Now what I will do, I will have to copy. See, I'll tell you one more time. You want to pull the data from this database, right? So in future, if you want to pull the data from anywhere like this, you should always go and touch this database. Okay, so you should always go and touch this database. So what I will do, I will take this copy and I'll put it in my raw layer first. I'll put it in my raw layer first. The reason is my database data. See, your database is like your neighbor. Your database is like a neighbor. One time you can go to them, you can ask salt. One time you can ask some powder, or sometimes you can go and ask something. You cannot ask them daily. Right? Your database is an external database. You cannot touch the database every now and then because touching your database is expensive. It's a very, very expensive. Touching the database is very expensive. See, one day you go and ask some chili powder or salt, they will give you. They will not give you every day. Right? They will not give you every day. Even though there is a very close neighbor, they will not give you. So here also, to get the data from my on-prem, you cannot always touch this table. So touching your neighbor is very, very expensive. Right? It's touching a database, it's very expensive. So what we will do, this data, I will copy it and I'll put it in the raw first. And from raw to bronze, I will do some transformations. Okay. Now, what I'll do, first I'll put it in the raw. So here, I'll go to my pipeline, copy activity. Source will be from the database. So I'll go and create a new data set. I'll go and create a new data set. Here I did not choose anything called blog. I will have to go and choose database. My database is MySQL because my data is coming from MySQL. So I will go and get the data from MySQL and here I will say it as on-prem data. On-prem data. So now I will have to create link service. Why now it is asking a link service? Because it is coming from another system. And one more thing I wanted to tell you is, when I create a link service, this time the link service will be from MySQL to ADLS. Right? Now what is my server name? What is my server name? My server name is localhost. My server name is localhost. Port is 3306. Database name is root. Sorry, database name is this one, healthcare DB. Healthcare DB. Right? And what is the username? Username is nothing but root. And password will be my password. Now if I go and give this, I am setting up a connection between my on-premises to cloud. Right? Now 100% it will fail. 100% it will fail. You know why? You know why? Now, till now, listen carefully. Till now, whatever you move the data from bronze to silver, raw to bronze. This first I did, right? Raw to bronze. Then I did bronze to silver. Everything I did, right? All this I did within cloud. This is where one more topic comes into picture called integration runtime. So from the starting, I did not explain anything on this integration runtime. So integration runtime, it was already pre-selected. Right now, this is where I need to go and change the integration runtime. So I have to create one more integration runtime. What is this integration runtime? Integration runtime is a infrastructure and computing power it is giving us to execute. I repeat one more time. Integration runtime is a compute engine. It is providing the infrastructure. Right? See, I always give this example. From your one room to another room, if you want to shift the fridge or if you want to shift the washing machine, it is very easy from one to another room because it is within one room. So within cloud, it is easy to push the data from one place to another place, and that is why your Azure integration runtime, which is already selected, it is very easy. But now you are moving your fridge and washing machine from outside to inside your house. You need extra power, you need extra energy, and for that you need to create one more integration runtime. What is integration runtime? What is integration runtime? System says that integration runtime is compute infrastructure used by Azure Data Factory to provide various data integration capabilities. Are you moving the data from inside to inside? Are you moving the data from outside to inside? Now, for the first time, wantedly I created this so that I can pull the data from my on-premises. This integration runtime is not sufficient, and that is why it is failing. Right? I have to use a one more integration runtime. So let me go and use one more integration runtime. So we have total of three type of integration runtimes. Okay, so we have total of three type of integration runtime. So what is this integration runtime? First one is called Azure integration runtime. Azure integration runtime, which is by default it was selected. By default it was selected. So this is for moving the data from cloud to cloud. Now we have one more called self-hosted integration runtime. This is called for any private network or on-prem network to Azure. Now third one we have, which is called SSIS integration runtime. This SSIS integration runtime from SSIS network, old one, old Power BI. Okay, old Power BI systems, SSIS. In that case, you can build this SSIS integration runtime. Usually we use only this two, right? So Azure integration runtime is to Azure, and self-hosted integration is from outside to inside. Now I will not create this. I have to create one. This is for running the activities in from on-premises to private. So what I will do, I will have to go here, continue. I have to create one self-hosted integration runtime. Self-hosted integration runtime. So this is really needed only if you're moving the data from outside. Because simple example, moving the fridge from one room to another room, easily you can push it, less energy. That is why automatically they had created Azure integration. But now self-hosted means you need some extra power. That means extra compute engine is needed. For that we are creating one more integration runtime. So I will create this. Now there are two methods that you can create it. One is by downloading the software and doing it. One is directly on the fly I can establish a connection. On the fly I can establish a connection between my on-premises to cloud. So I will go and launch this. Okay, so directly an exe file will be downloaded and I'm establishing a connection. This is one time step. This is one time step. When you are moving the data from one system to another, it will work. So it is already throwing me error because I already have some integration runtime in my machine. So I have to delete that because one system, only one integration runtime. So maybe I had for the previous classes I used to take. So this integration runtime is installed. So I will delete this and now I will run it. This integration runtime, again and again I'm telling you, it is one time step and this will be used only if you are moving the data from on-prem, any other private network. Okay, so now let's wait for this to uninstall. Now we'll wait for this to uninstall. Okay, it is uninstalled. Still happening. Yeah, it is uninstalled. Now I'll go and launch it. I think already I've installed. Now I'll go and see this. This is a one-time step. Okay, why it is still not allowing me? Just give me a minute. I'll minimize everything. I think it's not deleted or what. Control panel, uninstall. It's not deleted. Why? It's taking time for uninstalling this. Because as I said, it's a one-time step. So this is already something which is there in my system. So it's taking some time. We are in the last step. So please have patience for 15 more minutes. We will be doing this. Okay. Now, is it done? Yeah, it's removed. Okay. So it's removed. Now I'll go here. Now I will go here. I'll create one more quickly. Self-hosted integration runtime. Create. And I'll go to the express method. click this. Hopefully it should work. Yeah, perfect. This is required only if you are getting the data from on-premises or any other network except Azure. As I said, it's a compute engine. It will give you some computation power. So it's successful. It's going on. This is what you will be doing in the real time also. Data will come from different sources. Here I've choose the basic transformations. In real time, you'll do some complex transformations. Right, you will do a lot of data cleanings. That is what you'll be doing. But as I said, we have customized everything to cover up. So if you want to learn completely, you will be learning 12 services where we'll be teaching you Databricks, Data Factory, where you will be doing more lot of other activities. Okay, so this gives you just like a basic level understanding. So reach out to our team if you have more questions. I want everyone to replicate this. Everyone has to replicate this project. So you'll get idea how data engineers work. Data was scattered across different systems, how they're easily giving to data analyst people, right? We need to understand that. So this gives a very good clarity. This 2 days, whatever we covered, go in one more time. You can watch the videos. You will understand. Okay. So let's wait for this step. This integration runtime is specially for moving the data from on premises, and that's why it is taking time.
So every time we need to uninstall this one and install
No,
every time we want to.
not every. That's what I said, right? It's like only one time. But in my project, in my system, I had already done this for my regular classes, so that's why it is throwing an error. But only one time. If you do one time, it will be there.
So after this workshop, will be provided with the same data sets.
Yeah. We have already uploaded this data set in your portal, so you can go and see there. Okay, already in the same our website. If you go to our website, you will be able to see the data sets I've attached, including the business requirement document also I've attached. So whatever I'm using in the class, the same thing you can go and create it and you can practice it. And you know what? This project, if you do, you can even showcase in your resumes. Right? This is a project that we have done. Maybe we have done in a basic level transformation. Some additional transformations will be asked. So this project will be a resume project only. You can add it. You can directly go and say that I work for Apollo project.
Santosh, one more.
Yeah.
So tell us something. This is for one time, right? Like we are like if we are taking one more source, different data source, like on-prem, like other than cloud, well, we need to know like how we can go with this same data.
See, if any data has been added here, another file, automatically it will come to bronze because I put star. So all files will come from silver, from bronze to silver. You have to do separately transformations if any new file comes.
No, I'm talking about on-prem to cloud. Now it is MySQL. Okay. If we do like any other like different on-prem data too, if you want to install, like if you want to take one more data set from the on-prem.
You can take you can use the same integration runtime. You can get the data from another system. Integration runtime is with respect to on-premises or outside network. It can be anything. You can reuse it.
Okay. Thank you.
Santosh, this integration runtime will be useful if I import the data from other than MySQL, MySQL source also?
Yes. The integration runtime is specific to system. In my system, if I have a SQL server, MySQL, Postgres, it could be any database. You can see instead of selecting MySQL, you can select a SQL server. That's all. Integration runtime is same. Only the details which you give that will change.
Okay.
Hello,
Santosh. Data source is in GCP. Then also this will work, right?
Yes. GCP, you have to give GCP details. It's also a private network, right?
Yeah.
Hello, Santosh.
Yeah.
Whatever we use these services in current project, are they paid one or free one?
The project which you are
in
doing.
Azure. Yes.
I have been, I mean, I am paying monthly fees, but for you, if you create a free account, you will hardly spend 500 or 600. That also they will detect from that free credit only. So you can do for free of cost.
Okay.
This project you can completely do for free of cost.
Okay, and what about if that 30-day trial is already over? What can we do?
Then you have to go with pay
Then?
as you go.
Okay.
Or else one thing
And
you can do, you
can
can
we
create one more
create
credit card.
some on same email ID, or email ID also required another one?
Another email ID, another credit card, everything you have to create another. Okay, because it's a new ID, right?
Okay,
They
and
will capture the IP.
machine can be same, na?
No, no,
Machine
no, no,
can be same.
no, 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 no. Microsoft people are brilliant than you, so they will wantedly keep to one IP, one system, one account only. So you'll get free credits
Okay.
only from your laptop. If you are doing one more time, you have to do it in your phone, your friend's phone, your parents' phone, something you do. But one machine, only one time you'll get it.
Okay, okay,
Okay.
got it.
Yeah. So now the integration runtime is set. This was a auto integration runtime, which was nothing but Azure integration runtime. This was default. They are only created. Now I have created a self-hosted integration runtime. The one which I created before, it did not create properly because of the existing one. I created one more one. Now I'll keep nothing. I will change. Now if I go and give a test connection, automatically it will connect and it will bring the data. Okay. Now let's see how we can bring the data here. Let's see how we can bring the data here. Okay.
Santosh, can we say that this integration runtime has a gateway in Power BI?
Yes, yes, yes. Perfectly, you can call it as like that.
And same thing with the resource group as a workspace?
Yes, perfect.
Santosh, here we have not selected the table, right?
Table I will select now. Okay, table I'll select now. Okay, I'll select now. So once I set the connection, now it will ask me the table. If I have many tables, it will show many tables, but as of now I have only one table, patient table. So it will ask me the table. If I connect to a different database, I would have shown multiple tables, but for this particular use case, only one table is present. So it will show here table name. If you see in this database, right, healthcare database, I have only patient table. And this patient table is also a big one. So let's see. So
yeah, got it.
I'll wait for this table name to come.
Santosh?
Yeah.
Yeah, how to refresh the data automatically?
We have a triggers. Just like you have in your Power BI refresh, your pipelines also can be run on the timely manner. Every day, every minute, I can run it.
So we are pushing the data from ADF to Power BI, right? So we have to create a
Refresh.
gateway in Power
Yes.
BI. We have to create a
See,
gateway in Power
gateway
BI.
in Power BI is always required because this is a different network, right? Gateway is required.
Yes.
Only when you're doing a live connection, your gateway is not required in Power BI.
No, if we gateway only in gateway, we can refresh the data in Power BI, but we are refreshing the data in Azure itself. So
See,
I think that was my mistake.
Azure is a separate product. Microsoft Power BI is a separate product. If you are refreshing here, it will refresh only here only. It will not refresh there. There you have to still create a gateway. There you have to still refresh it. This is different. That is different. This is data cleaning. Power BI, we will be doing data reporting. I'll show you that. Okay. Now, yeah. See, I've got the data, right? I will be writing the table. Now I will have to write it in the sink. What I will do, directly I will not put it in the bronze. First, I'll put it in the raw only because it's a client data. Client data, what is there? I'll put it in the raw itself. So let's go here. New block storage I will put. I'll put it in the CSV file format. And this one I'll say as patient data, and I'll click link service and I'll put it in the raw. Okay, I'll put it in the raw. So raw here I'll put, and now I'll click OK. I did not give the name, pat data CSV. Now I'll publish it. So now you observe carefully. This is the raw folder. In the raw folder, I don't have patient data. What is the patient data? This patient data. Now what I will do, directly accessing from the database always is not a good practice. So this entire data, I'll put it into a raw first. For that, I've already written the pipeline. This one, on-prem to cloud. I have given the source, which I've taken from MySQL, and in the sink, I've put it into raw layer. Now I will run it. Now I will run it. So what will happen? This on-prem will push the data from here to raw data. This is a raw data. Here it will put. Okay, let's see. Let's wait and watch. Where is the output? I think it is going to take some time because it has many records. Yeah, let's wait.
Yeah. Hi, Santosh.
Yeah.
Where can we find these data sets?
It is there in your app. I'll show you. Okay. See, 50,000 patients data has been written in 50,000 block storage. It is coming from MySQL. The dolphin symbol you see is my on-premises. Successfully, I was able to bring all these 50,000 records. Count of star. So all this 50,000 records, I was able to bring it to my this one. Refresh. See here. Pad data. This is, see, we uploaded all the data at 9:34, but this data we have uploaded 12:18. So obviously this pad data, right? It's a patient data. Now what I will do, I have to do this transformation. How I can do? Very simple. See, when I do a copy activity, this file also will move to bronze. This also will move to bronze. Why? Why? Because I've given star. Right, I've given star, so automatically this will move. So in order to work on it, I will have to move, I have to run this pipeline first, raw to bronze. So I will run this first. If I run this, automatically the data which I have, patient data, will be brought into bronze layer. We don't have yet. 1150 was the last time I run the pipeline, and in the silver layer also we had run, right? You see, we corrected some files. Now all the files have come here. See, silver, 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 silver. So all good, perfect. Okay. Now this pipeline I'm running, right? Copy activity. Now the one which I had pad data will also come here. So this is silver. I need to look at the bronze. See, pad data. 1120, it has come here. Okay. Now this pad data, I need to pull it and I need to do the transformations. Okay, this pad data, I need to pull it and I need to do the transformations. Okay, are you all with me? Now what I will do, I will go here, I'll go to the data flow. One more, last data flow, not last but one. So I'll go here, I'll add the source. I have to take from the data lake storage, pat data CSV file. This is a pat data underscore bronze. Link service is already created. Take it from the bronze, pat data, click OK, and now let's do some transformations for this. This nearly needs some transformations. Let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Let me do what transformation I want. In this 5 columns, we have unique patient ID, gender, birth date, patient location, patient, PCP ID. Now what I will do is, this needs some calculation, right? See, I'm not happy with this M and F. The reason is I'm not happy with this M and F because in the Power BI they have to do the transformations. My entire use case is I want to limit the work of data analyst. I've told you yesterday as well, your data analyst and data engineering is like an husband and wife. Right, both will be working together. Now here I want to reduce the work of a data analyst in the Power BI used to do. Now I will do here, I don't want M and F. So what I will do, I'll go to derived column. In the derived column, in the gender, the same column I will take. I will go to expression. I will write if condition gender equal to M. I'll place it as male, else female, right? Else female. Now I will go and finish it. Since I've given the same column, it will update in the same column. 5 columns, 5 columns. This is what I told you to try for replace. I've already given the answer. If you give the same column name, it will replace in the same column. Now if you go and see, here it was M and F, here it is male and female. One more calculation which I would like to do. M and F has become F and M, right? One more calculation which I would like to do is usually whenever you work for a healthcare, age is very important. Age is very important because of the insurance coverage, right? How much, what is your age, what premium you have to pay, right? So in this data set, we have a date of birth. What we will do with your date of birth? When you go to hospital, no one is going to ask your date of birth. Everyone is going to ask your age. So let me have a age. So what I will do, see if it is what anything like order information, I would have taken this, but birth date, I don't require date. So I will go and do some transformations. In this only I can do one more item, one more column. I will just say this as age, this as age. And for age, what I will do, already I have a data here, right? This minus today's date I will do. So I'll go to expression. There is one function called minus. Minus first expression, second expression. First expression is today's date, current date. Okay. And second expression will be birth date. Okay. So your birth date minus today days will give you the, it is a string. Okay. So what I should do is I should go back to this import projection. This birth date cannot be string. It has to be a date. You can minus only two dates. Okay. You can minus only two dates. Now I have minus it. Now it is not showing any error. Your current date minus your birth date. See, for example, imagine my birthday is 01/01/1992 and today is 01/01/25. So it will minus this because this is today's date. That's what I'm doing. Now I'll go and finish it. Now I'll go and see the data preview. I don't want date of birth. I don't want date of birth. Instead, I want the age. But unfortunately, age is giving in number of days. Number of days. This minus function, right? It is giving in number of days. But I want in year. Divide by 365. Now, again, I'll go and give. Again, I'll go and see data preview. Now it should come in the years. See, it is coming in years. For example, let's say 2000. This is a guy whose birthday is 2000. So ideally, should age used to be 24. It's correct. But no one will tell you your age is 24.5, 23.3. No one will tell. So I'll put that into integer.
Round up.
Yeah, round up you can use, or I have a function called toInteger, I think. Integer.
toInt.
toInt. Yeah, is toInteger. Yeah, we have a function called toInteger. toInteger. I'll put here. Okay, toInteger. Now I'll go and finish it. Now I'll go and see it. See, these are the additional two columns. Now in the real time, this type of complex transformations will come. Right, one or two, it will come like this. So we will go here, data preview. See, age is coming. See, this guy, right? I think he's 1992 born. So 1 or 2 years. 24 years. Anyone from born from like 2002, it's 22 years. 1944, 80 years. 1989, I think anyone from 89 batch, 89 pass out, your age is 35. It's calculating correctly. Now I don't want date of birth. So I'll skip this. So I'll go to select columns. By select, instead of birth date only, I've already calculated age, right? So I don't want birth date. So I will remove this. Now my cleaning is done. I will go and put it in the sink. So where is my sink? Sink will be silver layer. So go here, go to data lake gen2 CSV file and make this as pad data, patient data silver. Use the link service. Go here, put in this silver layer and put here and then click OK. Now you have to give the name for this file. So I will have to go here. pattern, this one, pat data underscore yes dot CSV. This will go to the silver layer. Now
And
optimize,
we have to give that
optimize.
partition as well.
yeah, very good, thank you. So single partition, publish it, save it. Okay, so this data flow name also I will change it to last data flow, not last but one. This will be patient data df. Now this patient data I will have to add it in the bronze to silver.
In DF, can we have multiple data sources?
Yeah, you can have. We will do that. One last step is required, that we will do that. Okay, so patient data is done, right? Now carefully observe, this we have done 90%, we have done. Now tell me, this is a main pipeline, right? This is a main pipeline. So first I will have to run raw to bronze, then I have to write bronze to silver. Now before data is present in raw, there should be something else. What is that? Your pad data should come here before this is moved to the bronze. Agree? Your pad data should have come here, patient data should have come here before moving to bronze layer.
Bronze.
So that means what changes I need to make in the pipeline?
One more pipeline for on-prem to
Very good.
cloud.
Very good. I will add one more pipeline, execute pipeline. So this execute pipeline will be on-prem to cloud. Now tell me, where should I add this pipeline? After?
First,
Before.
sir. First.
First. Initially. First.
That's all. Publish it. Okay. Now all done. Okay. All done. Now the crucial part, the climax, the last 10 minutes of your entire project. All the data is present in the silver. From raw, we pulled all the data, we pushed into bronze. After pushing to the bronze, we have put all the file, everything, we have done the data cleaning. Now it is present in the silver. Now it is present in the silver. Now from silver, we will join all these tables and get the requirement. They need a single source of truth. They need a single source of truth. Okay. So what I will do now, I will go and double check once if the data has been mapped together so that we can do the last step. For example, silver. So in this encounter dx, file name is missing. So let me go and give the file name, because I have to pull all the silver layers to do the transformations. So I'll pull the silver layer. This is encounter dx. Okay, all good. Next, encounter data, file name is missing, because I have to pull all the silver layers now. From silver layers, I need to join it and I need to put it in the gold. Gold will be one table, one centralized table. I need to do that. So file name is missing. So I'll go and browse this. And this is a from the silver layer encounter data. So encounter table. Perfect. Now let's go for location. Yes, because I have already given the file name in the pattern. So here I have not given. That's why it's empty here. Okay. So I'll give you a browse. And I will give the location table. Now pat data, I'll give the pat data. Oh, pat data I have not run now. Okay, I'll do that change. Before that, I'll run this pipeline. Which pipeline I need to run? I need to run bronze to silver. So where is bronze to silver? Only this pipeline I'll run for now. And you see, I want to save some time. Okay, so what I will do is this patient data is what only thing I need to run now. Okay, so what I will do, everything else I will disable it. Deactivate. So it will not rerun again, because I'm doing it. I'm doing one by one, right? So if I run this now, publish it. If I run this now, only this will run. because only patient data I have added newly now. I don't want to spend another 10 minutes only for running. So I'll run this now. So this one, the after calculating age, right? It is not present in the silver layer. That is why it is showing. Meanwhile, I'll go and update this silver provider. Pregnancy data. PCP. Okay, all good. So only the this patient data should come. Once it is running, I will do that also. Okay. So hardly it will take another 2-3 minutes. We will wait for this.
Santosh, I have a doubt. So how different is this from Fabric end-to-end execution and separate ADF execution on Azure?
See, for this I have to pay for both. Okay, I have to now after doing this, right? I have to pay for both. When I say both, for Power BI also I need to pay license. For Azure also I need to pay. For Azure it is charging 5,000, 6,000, right? So what this Microsoft has come is, hey, why you want to use two tools? One is like Power BI, one is Azure. Why can't you club both? And that is why Fabric has come into picture. Okay, so if you have done this, if you have attended this 2-day session, right? In the month of November we conducted Fabric event. Okay, that was a 3 days, right? If you have attended this, now you have attended this, now you go back there, that you will understand even better. Because the same project we did, the same similar Uber project we did, that we did it in the Fabric. So you will get the clarity. The same you can even do it in a Fabric. The guys who are coming from a Fabric workshop, you can do the same project in Fabric also.
Yes, Santosh. Actually, just in the process of that one, so I've got a similar question. Like it's a similar steps what we have been done in the Uber project.
Yeah, but different environment, right? See, I know to cook.
Yes,
I know
environment
to
is
cook now. I'll cook in my house. I'll cook in my relatives' house. Cooking is cooking only. In cooking in my house, it's something I'm doing in Azure. Cooking in relatives' house, something they have a different platform. It's a Fabric. Simple. It's all about platform, not about what you do. You're doing here, you're doing there. Everything is correct. But there we are doing it in Fabric. Here we are doing it in Azure.
So now we can say that we have understanding on Azure Data Factory and as well as on Fabric.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is exactly what you will be doing in Fabric. In Fabric also we did the same thing using Data Factory.
Correct.
There it was green color. I think if you know it, right?
Green, yes. You have blue color for
okay. Maybe I have a time. It's still running, right? It's still running. It's an on-prem. Maybe I can show you that as well. Fabric.
Yeah, thanks for clarification.
App.powerbi.com. See, this is a Fabric. Okay, and unfortunately my license has expired. Okay, let me show you one. See here, I'll go here. This is Power BI, right? I'll go to Fabric. They have another Fabric here. See here. Now, if you go to a new workspace, imagine that I'm creating a test workspace. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now apply. Now if you see here, in the where is that new item, I can go with a data pipeline. This is the same pipeline which you see here. See, it's showing in green color. That's all. See, this is a pipeline.
Yes.
Okay, and imagine that this is copy activity. In the copy activity, if you see, this is green color. Here it is source and destination. There it is source and sink. Here also that one is there. There also that one is there. Simple. You have to add a source here. You have to create a connection. You have to add a data source. There you have to add same thing. Same project we have done in Fabric. I mean same method we have done it in Fabric. If you go through that, Fabric also is clear. If you have attended this 2 days in today and yesterday and today, and if you have attended last also, you can easily put in your resume that I've done 2 projects. One in Azure, one in Fabric. So this is all same.
Hi Santosh. since we are in Fabric, I just have a small doubt. I actually earlier I have done a Power BI project, and later few changes, like we had to add one more data set to the project, and everything in Fabric. Okay, so the visualization and everything earlier I have done in Power BI, right? So now I have to change the data source to Fabric. So how can we do that?
You want to add new data set?
Yeah, I have already added the old and new data sets in Fabric Lakehouse now. Okay, but the visualization and all, I have done it in Power BI. I have to do few changes
You
in
can
that report.
see in your Power BI only, wherever it is pointing, you will be pointing to the same one lake. The new data which I've added, the new column which I've added will reflect there. You just need to go and add the visuals. That's all.
Will the Fabric will store any data? Or like
In Fabric, we have a one lake. Just be like what we have here, right? We have a one lake. Okay. Now back to this. We have this. Now let's go to the silver layer of the patient data and go here, browse, go here and take the silver layers patient data. That's all. Okay. Now all fixed. Now one last step. Okay. Just like I created a main pipeline, right? Apollo PL. Now I will create one main data flow. This main data flow is Apollo. Sorry for taking long time, but this very last step. Apollo DF. Okay. Now what I will do, I will have to bring all the data sets together. First I will bring encounter, yes. Next, one more data flow. I will bring encounter DX, silver layer. Now I'll add one more because all I have to join. So last step, right? So encounter is done, encounter DX is done. Now location, yes. So everything should be silver only, okay? Encounter DX, location. So I think I have added twice. Let me go and take encounter data, yes. Okay. So one is encounter DX, one is location, one is location is done, right? Pat data silver.
Santos, can we select from the folder, yes folder, from silver to folder? It will come all, no.
No. Everything has different structure, right? I have to join now, so I cannot do that. So pat data is done, PSP is done. The UI is not that great, but we have to adjust it. Okay. So we have totally, how many data sets are there in silver? 1, 2, 3, refresh it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pregnancy I have not taken, I think. Pregnancy silver. Okay. Now, one last step is just join all these data sets. Simple. Just join all these data sets because my final requirement I need in one table. Okay. I need in one table. So what I will do, first one, I'll go and see what is the data. See, this is a bit tricky part. Okay, this is a climax. If you mix the climax, you will not understand. Carefully listen. This is a import projection. See where you should see the all the six columns. Okay, everything is coming 6. Let me wait for import projection to work. We have to do import projections. So let's wait for the schemas to be imported. So it's happening. Okay, this is one data set. Again, go to import projection. For everything, you have to do import projection. Okay, this is 6 columns, this is 3 columns, and this also import projection. This is nothing but my location data. So location data is getting imported. 3. Now this is import projection. Import projection will import the schemas. So 2 more. Import projection. Please wait for the other data flows action to complete. Okay. Eight o'clock we started. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Oh my god. Another 15 minutes. We will finish this as well. So this is done. Import projection. Only one I missed in between, I think. Yeah, this one.
No need of the partition here.
No need. Partitions are not required because that small data we have taken, right? So in real time, clients will tell you how we can partition the data because they have to decide certain record has to go to certain folders, right? They will decide, or data architect will decide. Okay, all done. Now let's go and join. Okay, now the main table is, this is a pregnancy table, encounter table. This is encounter table. This is patient data. Okay, now this is PCP data. This is providers data, and this is location data. So the main tables is encounter table, and because encounter table is capturing all the visits, and the patient data will capture all the patient data. Okay, so what I will do, if you see this has 1 2 3 4 5 columns, this is 2 columns, 3 columns, 3 columns, 3 columns, 3 columns, but it has 5, 1 2 3 4 5, right? So this has the huge data, right? So let's go with patient data first. Let's go with patient data first. So this is my patient data. You have to see the name here, which one you have added. This is,
It's called pad data.
pad data, right? See, I have not named properly here. It's why source 1, source 2, source 3, but you have to see properly. So which one is source 4 is patient data, right? Now this source 4, I will join it with, first I will see what is the data here in the patient data. Source 4, I will see what is the data here. What are the informations I can bring here? I will see first. Okay. Now, mail, patient location, right? Location ID we will bring because I'm reducing my work for BI developers. So I will join with this. Join with. So in this, which one is location? I don't know. So that is why I should have done this also.
Better to rename, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So this one is encounter data. Encounter data. This one is encounter DX. This one is location. This one is patient. This is patient and provider
You can put
mapping.
PCP.
Oh yeah, I can put PCP. So this is provider. This is pregnancy. Okay, now I will join. So see, this looks bit complex. Okay, this is a final step. This is a final step. In all the other data flows, it was very simple. 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3, 1 2 3 4. Like, but this is requires joins. This requires a lot of joins because my main objective is to join everything and get it. So please understand carefully. This is very important. I'll take this, join it with patient. I'll join it with location. Okay, so you have to decide which one. For this simple use case, I have taken inner join, but you have to decide what is this joins. Okay, joins is a very important topic. You will get to know inner join, left join, right join. So it's a different topic. We will have covered a lot of things on YouTube videos. Please go through it. For this particular examples, I will use inner join. Inner join means all the patients will be mapped with some or the other location. So the common column is location ID and location ID. Okay, so then I'll go to data preview. So my main objective is I want to exclude the IDs here. So I'm joining this with location. So you see here. So you see here, this one location is the red. 2 means what? It's this location, it's this location. So 2 is ID is repeated. So I don't want this IDs anymore because already they have tagged to location, right? This 2 IDs I can ignore. So what I will do, I'll go to select. In this, I've already got the location details. I will drag it in the between. This is a location and this is a location state. And I don't want this location ID and I don't want this location ID also. So it's done. Okay, now if I go to data preview, how it was, you see, it was like this. It was like this with ID. But now what I have done, instead of that ID, we have got location name and location state. Okay, now this one, I will also join it with PAT CID. That means PAT CID means the patient ID.
Doctor.
Yeah, see, it's not actual doctor. It's not a visit doctor. It's already family doctor. Okay, so that I already have here. So I'll join it with PCP. What is PCP here? PCP. Okay, so PCP I'm joining. So PCP patient mapping, this one with, see, it should be patient ID. It should be patient ID. Okay, now I will get this. Now I'll show the data preview. Actually, it should be left to join because I want all the patient's data. So I'll go here. Now after this, what I will do, I will go and select this, select columns, select columns. Now in the select columns, the one which I've joined, right? This one, the PCP ID I've joined, right? So this will give you, what it is, primary care provider ID. Primary provider. Okay, primary provider ID. So let this also be there because I have to join this with another table also. So let be there. Now if I go here, you can see the data preview one more time. This is the most complex part here because lot of joins will be involved. See, unique ID, gender, location, patient, age, primary provider ID, all done, right? Now, what I will do is this is done. PCP is also done. Now provider is there, right? We'll bring the provider details here. Which doctor has treated us, right? That we need to know. So I will join it. The providers. Provider ID is there. We will know what is a provider name. We'll know what is a provider name. Okay. Now, provider name and provider specification, I can get it. So I'll go here. I will join it with provider. This UI is not that great. This provider ID, primary provider ID, and I have to select provider, take the provider ID. Okay, now I'll go here. I'll refresh this. In fact, I'll go and add one select statement and then I'll select the columns. Are you all with me? Because this is a climax. It's very important. Are you all with me? What I'm doing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
Yes,
this is
Santosh.
this is primary provider ID, both are same. I'll remove this. Location is not required because already the patient also have a location, not required. This is primary provider name. Okay. So primary provider specification. Okay. Now all done. Instead of their ID, I will also get their names also. Now I'll go and show you this. Okay, perfect. So ID, location, ID, who is the provider's primary provider's name? I will got it. Okay. Now what I will do? So this one pregnancy is there, right? So pregnancy and this is done now. PCP is done. Now what I need is what disease they have, that I need to figure out. Okay. So in the encounter table, you have a patient ID. In the encounter table, you have a patient ID. So in this, first of all, whatever each visit has happened, right? That is this one. Okay. But here itself, disease is not there. We only have the visit ID. This is visit ID. What visit they have done. But in the encounter DX, we have what disease they have. In this, what disease they have, this is there. Okay. So what I will do? First, I will join this encounter and encounter DX. So encounter is having this encounter. I'll join it with encounter DX. Because in encounter only visit ID. In encounter DX, you have the disease. Encounter, we have a visit ID. In encounter DX, we have a what disease they have. Encounter DX. Where is that? Encounter. Join it with encounter DX. So I'll join it with encounter ID, encounter ID. Okay. Now I'll go here. Now I'll select this select statement. What I have in the select statement, we have an encounter ID, and this encounter ID is not required, but this disease is there. Very good. This is a disease I wanted. Now go and see here. From the encounter and the encounter disease, I have brought the information.
But there will be one too many, Santosh, right?
No. Why? One visit, one disease, it will be there, but the same person, right? 48. He will have two diseases, so it is there. This is what you said, one too many?
Yeah, yes.
This is correct, right? See, one person, 203, 203, 203, he has one visit, he has 4 IDs. That's fine. I don't have any problem here. Okay. Now, in this patient ID is there. In this patient ID is there, right? Now, patient ID, I will join it with all the patient data, right? This is a patient final data is there, right? This table I will name it, or else I'll get confused. Patient, location, provider. All the information is added here. This one I will join it. So how to join? This one is also name. I'll give it name encounter. I don't know why they have kept encounter as a name. Encounter DX. Okay, this one I will join. So from this PAT provider data, you have the patient ID. In this patient, female, location, and this is a primary doctor's ID, their names, and this one I will have to join it with what disease they have got from the encounter table. So I'll go click here, join it with encounter DX based on patient ID. Now if I go
Join.
and click this,
Left join.
Yeah.
unique patient ID. Yeah, left join. Now I will go here. Now I'll go and show the data preview. See how complex it has become. Right? This one I've joined, this one I've joined with location, I've joined with PCP, I've joined with provider, I've joined with this. Okay, so I've got all this. Let's see the original data. So this is a data preview. Now unique ID, female, location, all this I've got it. What is a mistake I've done? I think I did a left to join. Left to join, because of the join it's not coming. Let's see this. Is this join correct? Patient joining with encounter. Yeah, that's correct. So let's see. No output data. That means something is wrong in the join. Join. What am I joining? Patient ID. It's correct only. Why it's not coming?
Somewhere, for the patient provider ID was NA.
No. Patient provider ID was not NA. Patient due date was NA.
Yeah.
No, that is correct only. Where we have this. This joins only somewhere I would have given left join or inner join. Let's see this. Give inner join. Inner join. Inner join. So let's go and see this one more time. Data preview. Ideally it should come. Patient ID not joining.
So in the disease we added some, not disease, something we added our own sequence number, right?
No, that is fine. That is not a problem. That is not at all a problem. Here we have patient. Okay, we are getting only 10 records here. Those 10 records have not joined. Okay, I get it. Okay, so this is a problem with here only, this data only. So not everyone has been mapped with disease. That's why it's not coming. Okay, let's see now. This is a join which I did a mistake. Let's wait for this. Only 10 records were coming here. That's why it was failing. Now we will see this. Now all the patient ID is present here. These guys don't have the disease. Okay, this guy don't have the disease. That's fine. Okay, I don't have any problem. I'll come here now. Now I will do a data refresh. Those who don't have disease, we can replace with NA also. That we can do later also in Power BI also. But at this point of time, we will ignore that. Those who don't have disease, what I can do? We cannot ask them to get disease, right? So that we can ignore as of now. Yeah, now we are getting. So every person is mapped with 2. So we have a patient ID, gender, location, patient ID, primary, doctors, what disease they had, when did they visit, all of this they have it here. Okay, for certain records you will get null, but that's fine. Okay, now final step. After doing all the transformations, you double check the joins. Okay, so joins you double check, but my main target is to push it into the gold layer. How will I put the gold layer? Go to sync and you create one final data set gen2 put it in the CSV file format. The final data is Apollo final data, that is underscore G. Okay, now I'll go to this path and I'll put it into the gold layer. In the gold layer, I'll put this and I'll go and click this, the final data set, and I'll go to settings, pattern, gold, yes, sorry, Apollo gold.csv. Okay.
Optimize, go to optimize single partition.
Yeah, optimize single partition. Okay, now this is the final data flow. This is the final data flow. That what I will do. See how it looks like. See, this is a joins that we have done. You can do it better by just seeing which join is correct. You use it better. Now this one is, this final data flow is nothing but silver to gold. New pipeline, silver to gold. According to my business, silver to gold is where I will be writing lot of business logics, like the main joins and all I've done here, silver to gold, right? So now I'll go here, the pipeline silver to gold, I'll give underscore PL. I will call the data flow and I will go and call the Apollo data flow. Publish. And one more step I need to do. I need to go to the main switch. I need to go to the main switch. In the main switch, all these 4 pipelines should be added. So on-prem to cloud, raw to bronze, bronze to silver. What will be the last one?
Silver to gold.
Silver to gold.
Successfully we have completed the project. Okay, now to save some time, I will not run entirely. I will run only from silver to gold. Okay, this one only I'll run, so that my data will come in the this data, everything it will take, and it will go and it will push in the gold layer. Okay, it will go and push in the gold layer. Now nothing is there, so for time being I will run only this. See, one more thing I will do. This is also something which we'll be doing. Once we have loaded the data, right, it is there in the silver means I don't want to show it in a folder. I mean, I don't want to show as a file. I don't want to show as a file. I will also show as table, so that this is fulfilled. I don't see now what I'm doing. I'm trying to put in ADLS as a gold. So what I will do, I will create one more also. One more copy also I'll create it, so that Power BI developers will directly pick it from here. This is one copy, because Power BI developers also, I cannot believe, they will also do some changes on the source. For them, this is a source. I don't want. So one copy I will keep it for safer side. One copy I will keep it for them. So what I will do, I will go here. One small changes in the destination. What you have done in the destination, what you have done, where is that? Here in the last sink you have added, right? This is a sink. I can add one more sink also. This plus mark is there, right? Add one more sink, and you add one more sink, and you create one more data set that will go to SQL Server. I already created a SQL Server here. See here, Apollo DB SQL Server, query editor. What is the password? I forgot. Welcome at 123.
Welcome underscore 123.
Okay. Now I will push one data here also for safer side. So one small change, I'll put Azure SQL Database. This is Apollo final table format. Link service. This is not a link service. I did not create it. So let me create one link service. Now you tell me, this is from ADF to Azure SQL Database. Okay. ADF to Azure SQL Database. Now which integration runtime I need to use?
Azure integration.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Azure only. Azure only.
Okay,
Yes,
very good.
yes.
Very good. Legacy.
Yes.
And go to subscription. And username is Apollo user. Sorry. Apollo user, password, test connection. My mom is coming for the 4th time and she's asking when you will have breakfast. I wanted to finish this. Let me test this. I think I did not give server name, Apollo server. And let me just give the all good, all good, all good. Why it's not showing test? Okay, database I did not select, Apollo DB. Test. Okay, perfect. Now, one final target table, right? New table, because it's a new table. This will be Apollo DB. TB stands for table. Okay, so one copy will go to the sink, that is a gold layer. One copy will go to the table which we don't have. So for time being, only this pipeline I will run. So in real time, what I need to do, I will have to delete everything and I have to run. But at this point of time, only silver to gold I will run. Okay, to save some time. Publish all. Publish all. See, totally when we complete the project, it became 5 pipelines, 20 data sets, 8 data flows. If you're interested, you could have also done couple of things with Power Query. It's very easy. Okay, now I'll go and run the trigger and hoping that it will execute both, and one copy will come into the gold layer. One copy will come into the table here. Okay, so that's the project for you. I think 9 o'clock we started project. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1. 4 hours project. Before that, we've also set the context for today. So this completes our project. For the last 2 days, what you have completed will give you a very fair idea of what data engineers will do. Once the data has been pushed into this one, right? Power BI developers will go here, go get data, go to more. They can get it from the gold layer also. We have a Azure data lake storage here. In this also gold layer is also there. They can easily connect the gold layer or they can connect to SQL Server. And Power BI developers, tell me, while connecting to a server, you have 2 modes of connecting. What is that?
Import and direct query.
It's up to you. However you want, you connect it. Depending on your Power BI architecture, depending on your Power BI, what your manager is saying, you will be able to do that. Okay, so let's see if the pipeline is run successfully. It's running. Anyhow, it will run. Okay, so gold layer as well as the DB data will come and Power BI developers will directly take from here and do the reporting. For them, everything we have given. Only they will do small transformations. Wherever there is a missing value, they'll put some null values and they will do reporting. Okay, so this completes the one end-to-end project. Any questions?
Thank you, Santosh. Thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Thank you, Lord Santos. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Santosh.
Yeah.
Sir, in
For
production.
now, no questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh.
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever has questions, go ahead.
We need to create 3 different resource group like dev, test, and production. So we can do that one. Say, for example, we can put all the SQL databases and blob storage and pipelines in the research group, and then we can move that resource group from dev to test and test to prod with the Azure DevOps.
Easily, one thing I could say is we could have easily changed the link service itself. Now it is pointing to development link service, right? I will simply change the link service to production. That I can do. But in the what do you call in the production, right? In the production, how we move is we go with a CI/CD pipeline. Okay. Last couple of weeks back, our own team, they had demonstrated how to move a CI/CD pipeline. For this pipeline, what we have done is we have exactly shown you how CI/CD works. Okay, if you have attended today's session, if you have understood, go back to the couple of weeks back. That is also free session we had. Entire 2 days, we have shown you how the CI/CD pipeline works. If you see that, you will understand, because I cannot explain detailed CI/CD, but how the resource group is changing, how it is linked to GitHub, everything with the same simple pipeline, our one more trainer has explained. So go through that, you will get the clarity.
In the production, that
Yeah, hi
Azure
Santosh.
SQL database.
In the
So the
production,
server will be in the server. So for example, for dev, they'll give just a dummy database and
nothing
dummy
like that.
data.
They'll give this type of data sets only for development also.
Yeah. So, but we need to change the production in the production server. We need to change the database name, server name. So it will not be manual, right? It should be automatically changed.
See, everything will be same only. See here, for example, today my table is what? Apollo, right?
Mm.
Apollo, let's say patient data. This is my table name, right?
Yes.
In development, this is a table name. We call it
Okay.
as dev schema dot this one.
Yeah.
Okay, in UAT, what will be there? Same table only. It will be UAT.
Okay.
Schema will be different, not the table name. In production also, table name will be same. So
So
table name
I
will be
asked.
same. Schema will change.
Okay. So I asked you a question that to give the basic difference between Synapse and Databricks, Azure
Okay.
Databricks.
See what we have done here, right? How many services we have used?
3 services.
4.
4.
Blog.
4 services.
Okay. Storage, processing, and data factory. Right?
Hmm.
Imagine we can do some Python code also. What we'll do? We have to write a Databricks there. Now, all 5. You have created 5 resources, and then 5 services. You have done it. In Synapses, you can do all this in one service only. That's a Synapses for you.
So we can do Blob data factory.
Everything. SQL coding, PySpark coding, Databricks. So your Synapses is like one-stop shop.
Okay.
It's like all in one.
Okay. If it has all in one, then why there will be separate services?
Costly, right? Who will go for it?
Okay.
It's costly, right? Buying a shirt, buying a shoes, buying a watch in 3 different shops, how it is, and buying everything in a mall, how it is. In mall, you know how price it is, right? Synapses is costly.
Okay. If you want only ADF, then we will only go to the ADF just
Yes,
to transform the
see,
data.
today what I've done, all 4 services I've used. I'm really concerned about money. I'm really concerned about price. So I went for 4 services. That did not take much time for me. But if I'm not concerned about money, I would have used Synapses today. Synapses would have charged 3 times what I've done today.
So after 1 month, because Azure provides 1 month free service, right? So
Hmm.
after that 1 month, say for example, I'll create a resource group, I'll add a data factory, blob storage, SQL. At the end of the day, I will delete the after my practice project, I will delete the resource group. Will I still be billed for that month?
Sorry, what?
After 1 month of the free service, say for example on the 32nd day after the free service, I'll create a resource group. I will add data factory, I will add a blob storage, I will add SQL database. After doing practice, I will delete the resource group at the end of the day. So will I still be charged
Yeah, you
for
will
that
be
month?
charged after 1 month, but it will be very, very slight charges. 5 rupees for resource group, 10 rupees for database, 300 for data factory. Like that, it will charge.
So it will still be charged even if I delete that one.
Yes, if you delete also, it will be charged.
So whatever we need to learn quickly, like Azure Synapse or Databricks or Data Factory, we need to learn it within first month because it has a free credits.
That's correct. See, you can create multiple accounts. If you really want to learn, and if your data engineers is being paid 35 lakhs, 25 lakhs, this hardly this amount are all like just like 500 to 2000 rupees. What is there? So personally, I always suggest my students, don't think about too much about credit cards. If it is fine, if you're not getting credit cards, if you're not able to create account, if 30 days is gone, practice it. 100 rupees, 200 rupees is like just like your pocket money, just spend it, and you'll get a good package. So don't think too much about the pricing within Azure. That's what I say. But in your case, if you're really concerned about the pricing, go for new account, new credit card, and new system. Only then it will work.
Santosh, I want to say something. Actually, last month I practiced the same pay as you go. Daily I'm practicing, and after completion of practicing, I'm deleting the resource group. And today I got my credit card bill. In that, hardly I got 600 rupees something.
Right. So 600 rupees, 500 rupees, it's not a big deal. So we can easily spend. Thanks for that information.
Yeah, Santosh, I'm also using that pay as go. For last month, I paid only for $4.
$4 means how much?
Yeah, I
80,
used
61, 240.
Yeah. Basically, I use and then immediately delete that. After practice, I delete that resource group.
Okay. That's good to know. One thing which I want to tell you all before you leave the class, the entire session, what we have done, we have just done it for free, right? Personally, even I have not charged anything. Even KSR has not charged even a single rupee from you all. So only one request from you all is we just need one prompt feedback on our Google reviews. Okay, so we'll be sharing the Google reviews. Just one feedback. That one feedback, one comment is what is a reward that we are asking for the last 2 days. What we have see, it's not easy. I've been speaking from 8 o'clock, so 8 o'clock to 1:30 I've been spending time. It's not for me, it's for you. I have nothing to achieve here, right? But you're all going to have a new career, that too, especially on the data engineering. This complete 10 hours of sessions, we have done it for you for free. So only one request is just give us a prompt feedback on the Google reviews. Okay, so I'm still available to answer all of your questions. I can even speak for another 1 hour also. If you have any questions, please ask. As long as we have get the last question, I'll be there. So any more questions?
Yes, Santos.
Yeah.
In one of the table, we were used to, we were able to find the duplicate, but there may be some table which may have number of rows. So in that case, how we can find duplicate?
Duplicates where?
In one of the table, there were almost 13 rows. So there we were we were able to find the 3 duplicates.
You can put
right?
one more condition. You can see,
Okay.
if you group by, right, always you'll get unique only.
Yes, yes.
Always you'll get unique. Okay, so no need to even if it is 13 records or 30,000 records, don't worry. If you are grouped by, all you will get is unique records. You can simply transfer to the next select statement.
Okay.
Grouping is always removing the duplicates.
Thank you.
Hello, Santosh.
Yeah.
In real time, we completed a project, right? So in real time, usually this project will be moved to QA and then UAT and then production.